Let's get to it. The degenerate freaks of the art commentary community.
The art commentary community contains some of the most degenerate freaks I've ever had the displeasure of covering.
The hell is this? I wanna die. Warning, blood. Read description. What the fuck is this? Ew! Oh my God, why would he draw this? That's disgusting. Anyways.
And they truly proved the ancient proverb correct. That being, anyone with an animated character representing them online is hiding something. Alright, now that half of you feel personally called out, yes, I'm looking at you weebs and furries, it's time to lay out the art commentary community and the dramas plural to be more accurate, that managed to introduce a significant number of them to the Nightmare Blunt rotation. The focus of this video is on SynniBear03, however there will be a part 2 and part 3 that are coming out within the—
What the hell?
The focus of this video is on SynniBear03.
Hold on a second. This is what Just the Robots was trying to rizz up? This is what Just the Robot trying to claim? Trying to get with? He's willing to cheat on his girlfriend for this? Excuse me? Oh my God, yo, Just a Robot, like, not only that you an odd motherfucker, but you are down, bruh. Oh, good fucking God, I don't get it, bro. This is what Just a Robot was trying to pipe down, bro, like that.
However, there will be a part 2.
Oh, I bet she ain't even got no goddamn curvatures, man. I bet she got no fucking curvatures. Ugh.
The part 3 that are coming out within the coming weeks.
Who's that?
So
is that Just a Robot? Whoa, is this Just a Robot? Oh, that's Just a Robot. Bro, this nigga is half decent look-wise. What the fuck you trying to get with this? A groomer? Bro. Alright.
Without further ado, let me briefly explain the art commentary community.
Margaret, stop it. Stop attacking the microphone. Little shit.
For reference to the style of content they produce, when I refer to the art commentary community, or ACC for short, one of the names that should come to mind is Jaden Animations. Don't worry, unless there's something I'm missing or some behind the scenes shit going on, I'm pretty sure Jaden Animations is innocent in all of these dramas. However, that doesn't exempt her from the degeneracy and unfortunately being a target of it. That is something that I'll have to establish in part 2 or 3. For now though, understand that one of the root causes of this degeneracy in the art commentary community is its close ties with websites like Rule34, Tumblr, or DeviantArt. Rule34 is an internet-based concept which claims that if it exists, there is part of it, with the website of the same name seeking to facilitate that thought process. This
is the one who sent for SynniBear. Put all the blame on Birdie and went going back and forth with Harley TBS. Like I said, bro, men just don't have good taste. Not only the fact that SynniBear is ungodly ugly, she's a groomer. And I bet she ain't got no curves either. Just downgrade after downgrade. Like, pick a struggle, girl. Jesus.
obviously leads to some questionable works being produced and shared. Now, when it comes to Tumblr, well, it's the spawn point of pretty much every terminally online lefty, with a considerable amount of them citing it as their first notable exposure to the internet. Last but definitely not least, when speaking in regards to DeviantArt, Let's just say that the name is pretty accurate. Although I'm sure not everything on the website is degenerate, there is a considerable number of shut-ins who will share their generally crudely drawn depictions of everything a mentally sound individual would consider heinous. Just as some examples, not in any particular order, you have people drawing zoo self, etc. I'm sure that sounds fantastic after censoring. Now, combine these individuals with a commentary YouTuber whose commentary primarily revolves around the various traumas they've undergone, and you get a DeviantArt ranter, or the newest rendition, an art commentary community creator. Additionally, from what I can tell, a significant number of the creators within the ACC are either inspired by or outright made a name for themselves in the DeviantArt community as a DeviantArt ranter. Also, by the way, I'm pretty sure DeviantArt ranters release illustrations alongside either a written story or video. So again, just the predecessor to the art commentary community. Now, the issue arises when you take into consideration the fact that both YouTube and DeviantArt, well, pretty much any website for that matter, don't exactly have the best age verification. And regardless of whether they did, the sign-up age on both YouTube and DeviantArt is 13 anyway. If you could not tell, this is a recipe for disaster. Not only are minors being exposed to, and in some instances subsequently drawing, some of the most vile and depictions of kids, but it also opens them up to the possibility of interacting with anyone of any age, potentially taking it onto another platform such as Discord. Speaking of, meet SynniBear.
Oh boy.
SynniBear03, who I'm just gonna call Synni most of the time for brevity, is an art commentary YouTuber with 500,000 subscribers. Her first upload was 7 years ago, and it was a speed painting of the My Little Pony character Scootaloo and Sans from Undertale, which unfortunately will be significant shortly. Concerningly, however, in 2021, Synni created a 13+ Discord called SynniBear03 Fan Club. You may be thinking, oh wow, what do you mean concerningly? I'm sure you're just being cynical. Well, beginning in early September, 3 separate documents totaling 311 pages were released accusing Synni of grooming numerous minors as young as 14, so beginning in 2020.
How many did she groomed?
When Synni was an 18-year-old. By the way, for reference, Synni was born on September 22nd, 2003. Beginning with the first document to be released, which is 111 pages long, it appears to me as if it was posted anonymously and subsequently spread by viewers and members of the community. As a result, I'm just going to refer to the document writer as Anon. Anon claims they first met SynniBear at the age of 15 around 2020 to 2021 through a Discord group chat called Sock Gang.
Baby, Witty is bomb. I thought you said Witty is bottom. Bomb and bottom. Get your mind out of the gutter, Synni. I'm too horny for my own good. Heh, Synni horny. I'm at church for God's sakes. Are you actually? Yeah. Imagine being horny at church.
Anon elaborates that they weren't the only minor in the group chat, with 4 total, including themselves.
I was at work listening to Ponder Sprodic. Why did I get horny? Oh my god.
As well as an additional 3 adults, one of which was 24 when Anon eventually left the group chat in October of 2023. The numerous adults would seemingly not shy away from sharing or
I can't fucking see.
in October of 2023. The numerous
Both freaking out how they spins them around and around like a fidget spinner. Why are y'all touching them? Everyone in Sock Game being horny on main, turning it into cum sock. What the? I mean, it's odd as fuck. It's odd as fuck. I can't even fucking lie. This is probably just immature talk. I ain't gonna lie to you. This is just some immature type of talk. It's odd as fuck. I can't even lie to you though. It is odd.
Adults would seemingly not shy away from sharing or talking about content, with Cinny being a particularly bad offender. This displayed through several screenshots shared by Anon showing Cinny talking about being perpetually or even sending art, which from my bit.
What the fuck?
Guesses.
Okay, nah, this is way beyond the territory of just odd conversations.
Cinny's original character, or OC for short, wearing underwear while severed in half with the stated goal of, and I quote, "I wonder if I can show her boobs and butt at the same time." Subsequently, a 15-year-old, of course, responds stating that they s*** the booty, to which Cinny calls them a confirmed net. This image was additionally sent by Cinny to her art channel on her 13+ Discord. Arguably the worst message exchange that was sent to the Sock Gang Discord group chat before the Anon left in October of 2023 is probably this. It's a fragment of conversation where Cinny and this 24-year-old have
Yeah, he might be right. I don't know. The pieces kind of fit in a way. I just can't remember it. That's really scary. This is extremely TMI and kind of gross, so I understand not wanting to know. But his biggest reason to thinking this is because I told him I feel absolutely no pleasure when masturbating. Like, is this shit like constant or some shit? Because I'm not gonna lie, this is just like, yeah, yeah, not gonna lie, this is just like some odd ass fucking conversation. I ain't gonna lie to you. This is just odd. I mean, like, she must have been like very immature around that age or some shit like that. But it's just, maybe the term weirdo is an understatement. I don't.
supposedly been venting at each other, and Cinny states that she cannot masturbate because she doesn't get feeling from it, to which a 16-year-old engages with the conversation. I don't know if Anon can do
immature at 19. Yeah. I mean, the brain pretty much stopped developing at 25, but you just gotta learn. You just gotta learn, like, not to say a lot of stuff, you know, around those particular type of people. But
maths, but I'm pretty sure this 23, 24 thingo is wrong, judging by the evidence they present, which shows the 24-year-old joining the server in 2021 and stating that they are 23. If this is true, then at the time of the messages, they would have been 25. But whatever, it's a minor point. No pun intended. Anyway, Anon goes on to reveal that they were actually the ones to write the rules for the SynniBear03 fan club all the way back in 2021, and they had not been altered once since they had wrote them. What's notable, however, is that they do state no NSW topics, art, or images under any circumstances. This is a 13+ server, there are minors here. Despite this, Cinny still sent that gore image, as well as this. Under what I've censored is a nude drawing of Cinny's OC with her privates obscured by her hair or legs.
okay, this is disgusting. I like the commentator's position. Yeah, I don't know why he it's unique. It's unique in a way. This is spoiled because naked. Nothing is actually shown, but you know. Jars the censor.
The text states that her fans are free to draw stylized images of her OC. Not only did she send this to her 13+ Discord server with rules against NSFW posting, but much like with the gore image, she pings the @art ping rule, which, from my understanding, anyone, including minors, can have. This is proven by the fact that numerous individuals who had left emoji reactions under the Synni art messages had shared in the intro channel that they were as young as 13. This intro channel is interesting because according to Anon, to even access the text and voice channels on the Discord server, you had to send an intro message which included your age. Subsequently, Synni had an easy way to check the ages of the individuals that she was talking to, yet seemingly did not, or just disregarded it. There are quite a few of these art ping messages that Synni sends, so I'm not going to talk about all of them, just the notable ones. However, even the ones that aren't mentioned will be on screen. Probably censored. When I initially read this, I did a bunch of regrettable Googling to try and figure out what the SynniBear meant, but didn't come to a firm conclusion, at the time at least. After delving further into the degeneracy, my best understanding is that SynniBear is a relationship shipping name, with Syn being for Synni and Mare being for Nightmare Sans, which is another artist's OC fan art of the character Sans from Undertale. Oh, and upon reflection, obviously NM stands for Nightmare. This was a consistent issue when researching the art commentary community. They throw around these abbreviations and terms that are localized entirely within their niche fandom dedicated to a children's game and expect everyone to understand what they're referring to, but whatever. Although I said Sans from Undertale would be relevant later, this isn't exactly why, but regardless. There were numerous people who discussed the art, including a 16-year-old who stated NM is going to be waddling for the rest of the story.
What the fuck?
Not only that, but Synni responded to the 16-year-old's comments on her sexualized art not once, but twice.
Tall Synni about to manhandle NM. RP NM. Romantically though. For real though, that's cute. I love height differences. Same. Oh my lord. Hell yeah, hot. Should we say RP Nightmare? There's gotta be some form of boundaries on this shit, man. Like, the fact that this type of shit literally happens constantly is just odd as fuck. I ain't gonna lie to you. Undertale isn't a child's game, it's more for teens.
Arguably the most bizarre art ping message is Synni's apparent redraw of her naked baking image. Although this is on its surface less than asking a bunch of 16-year-olds to draw art of your OC,
wait, I didn't mess the wait, what?
Of her naked baking image. Although this
is
on its surface less than asking a bunch of
asking 13-year-olds
to draw art of your OC.
Oh yeah, no. This motherfucker's a groomer.
See, the reasons for it being are more insidiously hidden. You see this Bomberman looking thing on the shelf? Well, that is Witty, the OC of the, at the time, 17-year-old artist Sock Dog Clip, who even currently still has a request in her bio asking that people do not marry, ship, kin, HC, woobify, or lewd her OCs. I do not know what half of those words mean, and I'm not intending on finding out. Regardless of what they mean, Synni is very clearly disregarding Sock Dog Clip's request, and she's apparently quite aware of that, as I will establish. Before that though, let me draw your attention from Witty and to the oven that Synni is naked baking in. This voodoo doll looking thing is known as Boy, and is another one of Sock Dog Clip's OCs that Synni is obsessed with. Note that in all of the screenshots of Discord DMs, Synni's profile picture is that Boy character. Now, as for Synni's awareness of Sock Dog Clip's dislike of the or shipping of her OCs, well, Synni had already gotten blocked by Sock Dog Clip and in drama for that exact issue all the way back in 2022, which, might I note, would have been when Sock Dog Clip was 16 and Synni was 19. Here is the apology that Synni tweeted out. Although there is a private draft version that was sent to Anon, who subsequently told Synni not to post it.
Oh, I get it. I probably won't post my ship arts with him at all. Yeah, I think that I saw the comment that kind of stuck in my head. That was like, to keep it between you and your friends. If you do still want to make that sort of content, and I honestly think that's probably for the best. I feel like it's something that you should be handled privately, but saw instead of in the post of random people to see. Okay, are you gonna post that? Since to be honest, I don't think you should if you are intended to. If you think I should, I don't know what to do.
Regardless of this, it's notable that Cinny had been drawing images of Witty since 2021 when Sock.Clip was 15. Here is a drawing
Oh my god.
she made during that time period, which is blatant art alongside a substantial amount of shipping content. It's just so bizarre to me that Cinny has been so persistent on using this initially 15-year-old's drawings for nearing on 4 years now, despite the
4 years. 4 years. Oh my god, 4 fucking years, man. That is insane.
the fact that Sock.Clip is very clearly opposed to it. It was such an established thing about Cinny that someone had even commissioned art of Cinny's OC and Witty in bed together for
Oh, hell nah, bro.
Cinny's birthday, which ended up being commented under Cinny's apology tweet. For Cinny's birthday, which ended up being...
What I was doing was harmful. I wasn't trying to be malicious. Laurel helped me understand it was inappropriate. Damn, dude, that's crazy. I'm happy that you stopped immediately as soon as you realized Sock was uncomfortable. Damn, dude, that's crazy. Someone replied to my apology on Twitter with an NSFW commission that was made as a birthday gift for me. Spoiler, it's cropped but still blocked them. I wasn't even the one who commissioned it. Yeah, sure you didn't. Sure you didn't.
Commented under Cinny's apology tweet. Additionally, I kept reading the boy OC is canonically Arrow Ace. It took me like 5 minutes to realize that wasn't just a consistently repeating spelling error, but I'm pretty sure it means that he is a romantic ace. So yeah, clearly the artist really doesn't want people or romanticizing their OC. I haven't even shown you the most egregious shit that Cinny has drawn of these two OCs yet. Anyway, you may have noticed that the Discord group chat was named Sock Gang. It's never explicitly stated, but my best assumption is that it was titled this because it was either a Sock.Clip fan group or just because Cinny was a fangirl of this, at the time, 15-year-old artist. I do not believe Sock.Clip was ever in the chat, as evidenced by the fact that Cinny would talk about her drama with Sock.Clip within it, and clearly Sock.Clip doesn't want anything to do with SynniBear. Anon goes on to talk about why they left the group chat in October of 2023, stating it was due to an allegation that Cinny had been inappropriately contacting a 17-year-old that Anon refers to as O when Cinny was 19. The way Anon displays that is through screenshots of a conversation with a mutual friend of Cinny and Anon by the name of Laurel, who was still in the Sock Gang group chat and acted as a means for Cinny and Anon to communicate. Regardless, it was revealed to Anon that the 17-year-old O had received a comic that was way too long from SynniBear03 that depicted Sock.Clip's OC boy, Nightmare Sans.
Fucking oddball.
Now, this is why I was saying that the 7-year-old speed painting of Scootaloo and Sans from Undertale would be unfortunately relevant later. Oh, that and the fact that SynniBear's original channel name was Scootaloo Loves Sans. Anon additionally states that it was revealed to them by O that O had sent SynniBear photos of themselves as well. When the DMs were released.
Whoa, what?
That O had sent SynniBear photos of themselves.
Whoa. To my knowledge, O's birthday was in December while Cinny was in September. They became friends in July. This message was sent to me on October 8th, 2023. They stopped talking about a month ago by the time that message has been sent to me. Which would have been in September. I find this extremely concerning because if O hasn't stopped talking to Cinny, they could have been a chance that Cinny would have been 20 still talking to this 17-year-old in this way, especially since they have been talking about moving in together. So it's just another case. You know what? No. Talk about moving in together. If the person has not ghosted Cinny, these type of conversation could have continued. Their birthday is in December, and they would have turned 18 until a few more months. Cinny, 19 years old at the time, was sending O, 17, in their underwear. $19 old. Okay, so that's just a 2-year age difference. I mean, it's really bad, but it's like that's just. I don't. It's a 2 years age difference, but it's still fucking terrible. I mean, the dude was like still a minor. You're an adult, and you're sending that type of picture to the minor. That's just really bad. That's really bad. Yeah, that's. And they talk about moving in together. Yeah, that's fucking grooming. That's grooming. Oh my god. Oh, what's the one to nearly beg Cindy to come live with her, sent her a photo of herself in her underwear, and actively begged her to show her the comic pages. The Discord account was created in July 2023 and about a month ago went offline and completely stopped responding to her and hasn't been online since. In her underwear, just, dude, come on, bro.
Themselves as well. When the DMs were released, Cindy left a public defense in the form of a long-winded comment calling O a coward for releasing her private DMs, trying to paint her as a predator instead of talking to her and sorting it out in private. Pretty bizarre crash out, although it seemingly worked, as O also made the mistake of including uncensored versions of the art that Cindy had sent them in their video. And as far as I'm concerned, people subsequently wrote it off. A creator by the name of Soph ended up interviewing Cindy at the time, which led to her continuing a defense stating that she had suffered trauma and abuse when she was younger, subsequently leading to her coping with non-con and masochism. And on addition, provides evidence of Cindy acknowledging it would be wrong for her to ever depict non-consensual scenarios with her young audience. Yet, despite this, she sent the bold.
Yeah, I just knew she doesn't have curves. This is the groomer. Looks like a Nickelodeon reject. Yeah. This is just odd behavior. Like absolutely nothing to show for it. Absolutely nothing to fucking show for it. God damn. Ugly motherfucker.
Boy, Nightmare Sans comic to not just O when they were 16, but also a 15-year-old, which brings us to document 2.
Oh boy.
This document, written by an individual seemingly known as Eno, is 188 pages long, although at least 69 of those pages are dedicated to the comic of Sock Doc Clips OC Boy Nightmare Sans, or those aforementioned characters participating in various phases with Cindy's OC. Regardless, Eno opens the document by stating that Cindy is not a PL, but a group. This is a phrase that will be extremely relevant in a future video, probably the 3rd part. Judging by the screenshots, it seems that Eno was a friend of Soph, the individual who interviewed Cindy, which resulted in Eno and Soph.
188 pages, that's the same amount as Raven Starshine's doc. Yep.
Discussing the drama. Eno subsequently reached out to Cindy trying to strike up a conversation on the 18th of November 2023. It's unclear when Cindy ended up responding, but the next screenshot that Eno shows is on the 17th of February 2024.
2024, so I'm assuming Cindy would have been 20 or 21 at the time. 2022, I think she was like 19, so yeah, she would have been 21 at that time. Okay. I'm 14 and Soph told me Ever since the situation has happened, you don't want to talk to people who are under the age of 18, so I understand. Okay.
And it displays Cinny asking how old Eno is. Eno states that they're 14 and also clarifies that it is okay if that means that Cinny wants to cut contact. 20 minutes later, after considering whether or not she wanted to continue preying upon this minor, Cinny states, "Why are all the funny people children? Nah, I just don't want to become uber close friends with minors." So of course, being the loose friends that they are, they continue talking for months, supposedly having calls that could last up to 4 hours. Eno additionally provides evidence of Cinny talking about how she can't send Eno NSFW art.
Whoa! Fetus cries, "I can't show you my hot and sexy NSFW waggles my Oh my god.
They're a fetus. Despite this, less than 3 hours later, Cinny is sending this image of boy claiming, "I see male and I'm suddenly a baby in need of breastfeeding." That is definitely being taken out of context later in my career. It appears this dialogue was initiated the day before, with Cinny discussing her drama with Sock.Clip, describing it as, "I can't believe I have beef with a 17-year-old. I don't know if I would describe sending art to a minor and violating their eyes beef, but yeah, sure, Cinny." Anyway, there are shitloads more conversations and images that Cinny sent to this minor, including what looks to be Cinny's OC pegging boy, and Cinny's OC, and yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, well, of course, the 16.
Yeah, hold on. When it comes to somebody looking like this, you just know not any nigga would come to in terms of that thing over here, except for Just a Robot, because of fucking course Just a Robot would, you know, cheat on his girlfriend for someone like this. Ugh, fucking Christ.
Can't believe I have beef with a 17-year-old. I don't know if I would describe sending. There are shitloads more conversations and images that Cinny sent to this minor, including what looks to be Cinny's OC pegging boy, and Cinny's OC, and yeah, well, of course, the 69 pages of the non-con comic depicting boy Nightmare Sans. Sorry, gang.
Jar really treated his internet dignity and girlfriend plus his roommate for this freak. Oh, traded the internet dignity and girlfriend plus his roommate for this freak. Yeah. No curves, by the way. Looks non-existent. Crazy work.
I just realized there are multiple boys in the comic. The final category of evidence provided in the second document is Cinny's DMs with her adult friend, in which they talked about that Cinny then screenshot and sent to Eno. Again, bear in mind, Eno is a 14-year-old and Cinny knew this. Time for the third and final document.
Fucking Christ.
What? You must be retarded.
This document is 12 pages long, and holy thank for once in the Nightmare Blunt rotation research process, this person actually knows how to format a document. Regardless, it's written by an individual who goes by the name of Sinner, judging by the Discord DMs. Sinner states that he was 14 when he initially made contact with SynniBear, who was 18. Although Sinner doesn't exactly state their birthday, they do state that they are turning 18 in the weeks after the document was released, which was on October 9th, 2024. Sinner states that the aforementioned Laurel, who was acting as a communication point between Anon and SynniBear, was also the one to introduce Sinner to SynniBear when Sinner was 14 in February of 2021. According to Sinner, Laurel decided to do this because SynniBear seemed lonely, a lot was going on, Laurel felt like her only friend at the time, and Sinner seemed like a good friend. Sinner, SynniBear, and Laurel would continue to chat frequently in the Sock Gang group chat, where they would continue to share art and talk about fandom shit. What's notable, however, is that this group chat existed for roughly 3 months before SynniBear released her initial apology, so Sinner supposedly provided advice on its creation. Unfortunately, this conversation escalated to SynniBear discussing the details of a yet-to-be-written Boy Nightmare Sans comic. Wait, no, hold on a second, this is a different Nightmare Sans comic. This is called Queen of Nightmares, and it was written before the boy one was. Regardless, this of course also spurred off into a controversy in 2021 due to the contents of the comic. To be specific, it depicted Synny's OC being kidnapped and subsequently abused by Nightmare Sans. SynniBear would essentially draft the comic by sharing her, and I quote, lucid daydreams that she had manifested from personal traumas, with Sinner claiming that this was a way for SynniBear to cope with it. As per usual, this escalated and it got to the extent that Sinner and SynniBear were intending on collaborating on a comic together, which subsequently led to SynniBear sending art of an individual being tortured, kidnapped, and interrogated by the murder trio.
What happened to just liking boobs and butt and pussy and dick? The fuck am I hearing? What is people's kinks? And I'm hearing motherfuckers liking feet, like to be kidnapped, people's armpits. What the fuck? Oh my god. I don't. Oh lord, lord.
Sinner hopefully left the clarification that that refers to Killer Sans, Horror Sans, and Dust Sans. How in the f did these fandoms get so degenerate?
Fetishes in nature has no logical sense to them whatsoever. Right.
It's repeatedly stated by Sinner, but I think it's apparent if you look into these internet spaces, like the art commentary community, for even a second,
Hence
that a
why
lot
they
of
call
this
fetishes.
violent content, even gets accepted or even arguably normalized. I mean, violent content, even gets accepted or even arguably normalized. I mean,
Oh god.
at this point, it's clear that SynniBear has been repeatedly exposed to these behaviors for nearing on 4 years. Yet it's only now, once these Tumblr kids have grown up and realized how f***ed it is, that Synny
4
actually suffers any consequences.
years.
Consequences is honestly a stretch, as I will establish in the next parts. Synny practically gets babied through this drama.
4 years. 4 straight years, man. It's like, okay, you might have fucked up like 2-3 times with those weird comments and shit like that. You're telling me she's been doing this type of shit for 4 years? And like she even knows that Nah, bro. She is an
Regardless,
oddball.
Sinner states that this all started as SynniBear using Sinner as an outlet to vent and dump to. However, it eventually took the form of SynniBear talking about things like getting pinned to wood frames and sharing that it was incredibly hot to her. One of the fandoms that Sinner and SynniBear discussed was based around the game Your Boyfriend. According to Sinner, the game itself and the art surrounding it involved stalking, general violence, torture, dismemberment, etc. I'm not going to Google it to check if that.
Oh my god. Arguably, Birdie is worse, but that's up for general audience. Yeah, she needs help. No, she needs. Oh my god. Yeah, she most definitely needs that help, bro. Like, what the fuck am I hearing? Oh hell no! Are you telling me Jar was trying to get with that? He's ruining his whole dignity for this. For that. Oh. Good heavens. Motherfucker ruined his whole ass fucking dignity, girlfriend, and his roommate. For that. For someone who likes motherfuckers getting dismembered. Holy fucking shit.
That's true, but I think it's pretty safe to assume it is. You can crucify me if I'm wrong. Figuratively, please. Regardless, Sinner claims that this led to their schizophrenic delusions manifesting in real life, causing them to seek out terrifying content, paranoid delusions, and dead animals. I'm definitely no expert, but I don't think it was schizophrenia that's to blame for Sinner seeking out dead animals. I think that more has to do with discussing extremely violent from the ages of 14 to 17 with SynniBear. Additionally, Sinner does not elaborate on what exactly that means. Is he going out and killing animals, or is he seeking out content of dead?
If it wasn't a video game, it's fine, but who the fuck draws gore? Odd motherfuckers, that's why. And I know they're gonna like, oh, but you play Mortal Kombat, that shit has a lot of gore, because it's fucking fun. Well, the game, not the. You know what I'm trying to get at, right? You know what I'm trying to get at. But drawn gore, ew. And she thinks this shit is normal. That's the crazy part. Oh my god, bro. The fact that she's been doing this type of shit for 4 fucking years is insane. 4 years of this. Dude. Oh my god, this evisceration. This birdie SynniBear evisceration is gonna be absolutely something else, bro. Just get me out of this phase.
Both are obviously, but one is step 1 in the serial hand guide. Regardless, pretty concerningly, Cinna also reveals that SynniBear had asked him out by sending this image to the Sock Gang group chat. As established, this group chat had several people, Cinna stating that there was himself, SynniBear, Laurel, and 2 other individuals. I'm assuming one of those is Anon. Also, the age gap was apparently an issue for Laurel at the time, that seemingly never went anywhere. Moving forwards in the timeline, eventually the Boy Nightmare Sans comic was created by SynniBear and, well, sent to Cinna. However, Cinna provides a new detail. Specifically, Cinna claims that SynniBear would not only ask Cinna to read it aloud to SynniBear, but to also comment on it and provide feedback. Disregarding how that is, what kind of feedback was SynniBear expecting? Oh yeah, this is great and all, but I think you need to add another tile of boy violating Nightmare Sans. That would really be the cherry on top. Anyway, Cinna also claims that SynniBear would request they roleplay together. Somewhat predictably, this primarily just revolved around SynniBear fantasizing about various scenarios to put Nightmare Sans in. It wasn't just the comics that were sent either. SynniBear would send explicit images depicting rape, bondage, etc., including SynniBear's OC with one or multiple of her boyfriends, as she called them, that being the various OCs created by underage artists.
And somehow Birdie is worse than this fucking person. That's the scary part.
SynniBear would either just send the or straight up get on cool with Cinna and browse Rule 34 together. This all culminated in SynniBear requesting that Cinna drew artwork including SynniBear's OC with her multiple boyfriends, again as she calls them. This included requests of scenarios, which according to Cinna, SynniBear glorified. Moving on to 2023, when Cinna is 16, SynniBear had begun talking about her personal life, expressing her frustrations rather than fantasizing about children's game characters. I mean, I'm sure she still did that as well, but you get my point. This is evidenced by SynniBear sending a photo of her vibrator to Cinna, asking how she is supposed.
I thought I was supposed to insert the longer end, but the longer end is where the charger is. A butt plug. And she sent this shit. This is a butt plug, and near when I was turning 16, halfway to 17, she started going into her personal life, talking about sex toys and asking for my advice. She sends images and told me how she would use them, but that she was confused. Even at the time, I knew things and thought it was harmless. Me and her had both talked about her sexual frustration, and I thought that I was just trying to help. Sending sex toys, images of sex toys too. How do you know what that is, saying? Cause right fucking here, dude. I don't know why you're asking me questions. just absolute odd shit.
To use it. Knows why either of them are exchanging this conversation, but it is especially odd to me that it's the 16-year-old explaining to the 19-year-old how to use the vibrator, but whatever. One of the most major pieces of evidence that Cinna presents is a message exchange from 2021, right when they first met, which includes SynniBear asking Sinner if they are ever made uncomfortable by conversations with SynniBear, to which Sinner states no. SynniBear then goes on a tirade about how that morning she got really scared because a little voice in her head imitating a deviant art ranter said, "Cinny the child. Clearly they have plans to get together once they're older, aka once they're both of legal age." Cinny constantly is driven conversations with a minor, which you should blame Cinny for because as the adult, she needs to distance herself from the child who has a crush on her. Which, yes, Cinny, you probably should have listened to the hallucinated deviant art ranter voice.
The ACC
Well,
quagmire
the documents
deepens.
weren't the only allegations raised against SynniBear03 because her ex-roommate Birdie, aka Jack, aka Damage Coder 6669, aka Lucifer, also came out with a video confirming all of the documents as well as presenting new claims. To be specific, he released his video after the second document but before the third one. If you could not tell from the fact that they have 4 pseudonyms, this individual in themselves is a can of worms, and they have been involved in numerous dramas, being the subject of countless deviant art rants and art commentary community videos throughout basically their entire career, but more specifically since 2017.
I remember her threatening to send me to the mental hospital involuntarily so she wouldn't have to deal with me anymore because I relapsed back into and she thought this would be a good excuse to have me institutionalized. Honestly, I'm still suffering the effects from this psychotic episode to this day. Obviously,
Bro, what the am I listening to?
That's a story for the next video, however. For now, just know that they ended up confirming some of the allegations against SynniBear as well as raising new ones. So how did Cinny respond to these documents raising these allegations as well as Birdie's claims? Well, she released a 2-minute long video basically just saying, you got me.
I've been an irresponsible content creator, and I've been acting inappropriately towards my fans. This alone is enough for me to realize I need to make sweeping changes to how I conduct myself and how I interact with my fans. But the most serious thing I've done is I've groomed a minor. I became friends with a 14-year-old after I made a mental note to myself to not become friends with minors again, and I overshared with them. I shared graphic, explicit materials with them when I shouldn't have. I grew this child, and I knew what I was doing was wrong, and I betrayed everyone who looked up to me. I betrayed my friends. I've done the worst possible thing I could have done, and I'm suffering for my choices. I'm ashamed of myself for doing this and hurting everyone. I'll be closing my Discord server. I'm shutting down my Patreon. I won't be posting my art. If I ever come back, it will be years from now. I don't want anyone to try to defend me. I don't deserve your pity. I'm not the victim here. I did this to myself.
Surely no one's gonna try and defend her after that self-admission, right? Right?
Right?
Another person in the ArtCC has been outed as a bad person. Gee, that's surprisingly new. In other news, there's gonna be a sunrise tomorrow morning. That being said, this situation might not be as cut and dry as you once thought. Unlike everyone else who rushed out their video on Cinny, I actually reached out to her, and she agreed to do an interview with me. Just like with the Pyrocynical drama, the Spoctor drama from 2016, and the Hopeless Peaches drama, there was something about the SynniBear situation that didn't feel right. I'll give you 2 options. You can take the blue pill and just believe the mainstream opinion about Cinny, or you can take the red pill, and I can show you just how deep this rabbit hole goes.
Thank you for watching. As established, the next video will be covering SynniBear03's ex-roommate Jack.
Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible, man. Yeah, nah, bro. Like SynniBear is just a whole nother case of just a straight up groomer, bro. Just a straight up fucking groomer. Like there's like a lot of things you can't even fucking make up, you know, to the point. Saying please what would I do? Expose both of them? I will, K-Fire. I will. I just need to get out of this phase first. I need to get out of this fuck-ass Florida state first. And then, you know, I could just do my evisceration. Because this shit is definitely fucking needed, bro. I'm not gonna fucking lie to you, man. Like SynniBear is just a whole nother case of fucked. But for some reason, Birdie is a lot fucking worse than her. That's the crazy part. Birdie is a lot fucking worse than her. Because like SynniBear is like a certified groomer, but Birdie is just a whole case of just everything in between. Everything in between. You know how bad Birdie is when the dude had made a video about Birdie, an hour and 33 fucking minutes, and the one against SynniBear, 27 minutes. That's how bad. So, like, that's like literally 3 times the duration on a video exposing somebody. Like, this shit is gonna go. This shit's gonna go off, man. Like, it's crazy. And look at the view counts too. Look at the, bro. Like, bruh. Yeah, the fact that it's over an hour is like, yeah, bro. Like, SynniBear is just a straight up oddball groomer and all this other shit. Birdie is just that and way more. Birdie is that and way more. That's the fucked up part. That's the fucked up part. But now I want to read up on this Just a Robot shit, man. This nigga, wait, hold on. I wonder if SynniBear still has her channel. Oh no, she deleted that. Oh no, oh wait, no, this right here. Fuck, I thought she deleted. I thought she deleted it. She has not made a video in 8 months. Yeah, Birdie is just an all around terrible person. SynniBear is too, but it's like just a straight up oddball. Harley. Oh, right. Shit. All right, TBS. An hour and 25 minutes. Okay, I'm probably gonna. Okay, I have a lot of time, so. Okay, maybe I could just like read up on all this shit. SynniBear's response is worse than I thought. Cindy's videos are cancerous. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think when it comes to like art channels and shit like that, I feel like Jaden Animation and the All Ones Out are like the only motherfuckers that's like, you know, clean. Especially Jaden Animation, because I know the All Ones Out had a controversy. Apparently was sharing or advertising or some advertising a scam or some kind. So, you know, that's just a thing. But yeah. All right. So we'll read up on more of the SynniBear shit, and then the Just a Robot, because the Just a Robot one, I used to watch some of Just a Robot's video. I honestly thought that his speech and stuff was just a little boring, to be honest with you. But I still watch it, and I never watch his shit after that shit. And then until, you know, this whole drama with him defending SynniBear, it was just odd, bro. They're one of the OGs, facts. I mean, like, Jaden Animation is clean. The All Ones Out, like, he only has that controversy, and that's really pretty much it. But yeah. I wonder if there's anything new with this shit.
2 weeks ago, I made a video about SynniBear, and whoa, that video has 100k plus views? Guess I gotta make a second. Just kidding. But considering she made a response and so much more has happened since then, it does feel like I owe it to you all to look over this defense and provide what I know. For those who don't know, SynniBear03 was a popular artist and drama commentator with over 500,000 subscribers on the platform all about broadcasting yourself. Well, she definitely broadcast a little too much. as after it came out that she'd been sharing graphic artwork with a 14-year-old up until she reached the young age of 21, she made a response titled, "I'm so sorry," where she stated in no uncertain terms that she believed she'd this person. Turns out that this actually caused some difficulty for her when she deleted her apology and tried to, actually the situation, retracting any admission of guilt in a response video. This wasn't received well. If you remember the last video, where I also didn't look at the camera, I had a lot of comments mentioning that, and yes, I know it's weird, but I promise you, my frontal angle does not look as good as my side-on angle. It's better for both of us this way. I said, whether that video comes to fruition or not, likely won't change much though. What Synni is fighting against is no longer the words of other—
That guy got some. Yo, look at the beanie. Oh, I see you, my nigga. Look at the beanie. Oh, that he got drip, bro. This nigga got drip. Hardly got that drip on him. Not gonna lie. I'm sorry. That was off topic. He got that drip on him though. Look at the beanie.
people, but their own admission of guilt, which will be much harder to discredit. And that is fact. Following her apology video and prior to her retraction, Birdie, also known as Jack, who lived with Synni at the time, would make a video sharing his own experiences with—
Whoa. I remember Birdie having 114,000. Oh, she's losing a lot of subscribers. That's fucking good. That's fucking good. Drop them subscribers down, nigga.
her and interviewing the victim, establishing that they did not condone this behavior and was looking for financial support from their audience to help them with moving out of this likely dangerous environment. Anywho.
Well, it turns out that she didn't do fucking shit with the 10,000. Besides buying derpy plushies and wheelchairs. Yeah. Yeah, I already have a long ass rant with that.
That's the TLDR. I would recommend watching my previous video in full for all the context, nuance, and other issues that I didn't have time to bring up here, alongside subscribing to the channel if coverage like this interests you. But that should cover all the bases so that I can look at this response video and point out how it's probably made all of this worse for her in the long run.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought this was Squirrel Girl for a minute there. I think this was made before Marvel Rivals. No, 6 months. Okay, so this was made. I thought this was Squirrel Girl over there. I'm not gonna lie. Who is this? That looks like the chick from Evangelion, right? Okay, so that's the old girl from ReZero. That's Toga. That's you know what? Why am I even? What the fuck? Just play the fucking
what she
video.
did and making an effort to improve offline if she's able to avoid jail time. Voiceover Harley TBS here, just to note that the plan for this video was to release it with a second section dedicated to a former collaborator of the channel, Just a Robot. But for the purpose of keeping the focus on what Synni had to say within this response, I've decided to split this up into 2 videos, so expect that next.
Nothing in the past week has made sense. I was completely convinced that I was a predator and a groomer and that I needed intervention. I'm realizing that I might not even have a clear understanding of what grooming is. I believed I grew a child because Jack told me I did.
Good to know. Anyways, so if I were able to come back to like making commentary videos and, you know, making my usual style commentary, usual style type of videos I make, when I come back to doing like, you know, the whole visceration thing, I would say I should put my focus more so on Birdie more than SynniBear, because SynniBear is only guilty of like grooming and shit. Birdie is guilty with a lot more shit. So I would say like my first 3 to 4 parts into that video is focusing on SynniBear and Just a Robot. I think Just a Robot would be one of them. Like Just a Robot would have been like, okay, so let's just say this. SynniBear would have been 2 categories. Just a Robot is 1. Birdie is like at least 5. At least 5, 4 at best. So that would have been like 7 to 8, you know, sections into the video. That shit would have been at least 2 hours long. I'm not gonna lie. That shit would have been at least like 2 hours long. Oh boy, that's gonna be another mentally drained type of shit. Because I remember I made a 2.5-hour fucking exposed video on Chozo. Like that shit mentally fucking drained me. Like you clump those videos together, is 4 fucking hours just exposing Chozo. 4 fucking hours just exposing that nigga. Crazy, man. The evisceration of SynniBear, Birdie, and Just a Robot. No, I would say, okay. I would say the evisceration of Birdie, apostrophe. Wait, is it apostrophe or parentheses? It's parentheses. Let me just. Hold on. I'm a retard on this shit. Parentheses.
Here's some info about brackets.
Well, that wasn't helpful. Actually, you know what? This shit is this shit. So the evisceration of Birdie. This This shit. SynniBear03 and Just a Robot. Apostrophe. That type of shit. That's not apostrophe. I'm so What is it? Bracket. Is it bracket? It's bracket. Fuck, it's brackets. Fucking. Sorry, I'm just. My brain is. I gotta stop eating junk food. Holy shit.
And I believed him.
Parentheses. Thank you, Volt.
Jack doesn't.
Oh my god, my brain. Oof. Sorry.
Because Jack told me I did, and I believed him because I trusted him. But Jack doesn't know what he's talking about. I made my confession under duress. I fully believed I was a because Jack told me I was one, but I don't believe that anymore. I am not a.
Yes, you are.
I did not. NO. It honestly feels like everyone has their own definition of what is, which is so dangerous. But smart people define child as the act of deliberately establishing a relationship with a child to prepare them for abuse. As an action in and of itself, does not have criminal penalties, but facilitation of a criminal sexual act is considered a crime. Many of you likely saw my video where I stated I a minor, and I saw quite a few people point out that it's very strange. The main reason I saw was, people don't usually confess to things like this, they try to fight back against these things. But none of you questioned if what I was saying actually made sense. I was coaxed and guilted into a false confession by someone I loved and took care of. Someone I worked my ass off to provide a moderately comfortable lifestyle, not only for them, but for the 2 cats they begged me to adopt. One of which he stole from my apartment. My conversations with Eno, while inappropriate and irresponsible, trust me, you will never catch me trying to act like this was an okay thing to do. I wasn't flirting with Eno. My messages have been misinterpreted in the most bad faith and malicious manner possible. Now that I'm having to sit alone with my thoughts for the first time in a really long time, I've been able to reflect on everything. And I've realized that I was very misled by Birdie on many things regarding psychology and psychology-related subjects. I looked to Birdie for any and all information on these subjects because it was their, quote, special interest, and I figured he'd at least know more than the average dumbass. But I've started to realize that the answers he gave me on mental health subjects depended almost entirely on what was most convenient for Birdie. Here are some actual qualifiers for what constitutes as is listed by a simple Google search. Isolation of the child, building the child's trust, inappropriate communication, which includes asking for secrets to be kept, and using sexual language that the child may not understand, and educating the child on the subject.
It's funny how she said the definition of grooming, one of them which being educating the child about sex. The same person that sends a picture of a butt plug that she trying to use and asking for advice on how to use it, basically trying to get the underage to try to figure out how to use them. She literally just snitched on herself. You stupid bitch. Let me speak my mind. Stop deleting my comments, you piece of shit. She could have looked like, it's just, I don't know, man. She is just so fucking stupid. She literally should say, oh, educating on what this and that is, when you literally was trying to ask for advice on how to use a fucking butt plug. You can't write this shit, man. What is she? I don't know. And she got grown ass fucking friends. She got grown ass people too. She got fucking grown ass people too. Why not ask them? Fuck.
buying gifts, giving gifts, giving the child special attention, singling out the child to make them feel more mature, special, or different from other children, showing particular interest in the child, victim selection, and substance misuse. I did not isolate Enno. Enno was actually already isolated when they first met me. Enno has told me directly that they only ever speak to like 3 people, that being Sophia the Neko, me, and another person I don't know. I never got jealous if they hung out with other people instead of me. I never told them who they could and could not hang out with. I didn't want to control who they were hanging out with. I wouldn't get upset if they didn't talk to me. The only thing I can think of that probably looked like I did is if I said something in their DMs and they took forever to respond, I would get anxious and think that I upset them somehow. I do that to everyone though. I'm just really anxious. I don't like the idea of bothering people. Building the child's trust. I don't think I was ever even interested in building their trust. The only thing I was ever really concerned about was making them upset or uncomfortable. In fact, it already kind of seemed like they just automatically trusted me with a lot. I didn't really have to do
maybe I should report her channel, but I don't know if it will do anything. It won't. It won't fucking do shit. That's why I'm keeping my words about the Discord server.
do anything on that front. Even then, it was just never on the forefront of my mind. Inappropriate communication. The examples given are asking for secrets to be kept, using sexual language the child may not understand, and educating the child on the subject. I will not deny that my conversations were inappropriate and I shouldn't have been having them, like, to begin with. The only instance of me asking them to keep something a secret would be me saying to them, please don't tell the public I'm depraved. The secret's kinda just out now, I don't care anymore. I never intended to keep our relationship a secret. That was never even something I was intending to hide. It was also never my intention to educate Enno on any particular, like, I don't know. Now that I think about it, majority of the inappropriate conversations we had revolved around sadomasochism and, like, sadistic fantasies, not really sex. Sex was definitely brought up, but it was never my intention to educate Enno about it. Buying gifts or giving gifts. Didn't do that. Enno actually made, like, a ton of gifts for me, but I don't think I've ever made anything in return, which saying out loud makes me feel kind of shitty. But no, I never made any gifts for Enno. Now, I did ask them to make things for me a lot. The most inappropriate thing I think I've asked was for, like, a comic. I'm not gonna pretend I'm justified for doing that. No, I think it was inappropriate. Weird and cringy. But everything else I can think of was mostly just ship art. Giving the child special attention. Examples given are singling out the child to make them feel more mature.
Yeah, all I'm hearing is, yeah, no, I didn't do any of that thing, and, it's just like, I mean, what the fuck is she even doing? It's like, oh, I'm not all of, like the list of things that groomers do, I didn't do any of that shit. What about the things that you actually did, though? What about the things that you actually did? You know, sending gore, sending sexualizing an underage is OC and all that other shit. What about that? You just saying, oh, but I didn't do any of the thing that was listed. Jesus fucking Christ.
Special or different from other children. The fact that I was talking to Enno at all could be seen as me giving them special attention. But not once did I ever tell them that I thought they were more mature, special, or different. The only example I can think of is toward the beginning of our conversations when I told them they were funny. But I wasn't trying to make them feel like they were different from other kids. Showing particular interest in the child. I wasn't particularly interested in Enno. In fact, I had 2 other friends who I was talking to like this, and they knew that.
Right, and then, but you have interest in that one underage boy's DM. It was the guy with the bomb in his head or some shit. I forgot what his name was, but you typically had made so many fucking fan arts and even like comic strips about loving the underage OC characters. Just fucking insane.
Cough, Kenny, cough, brother, ass. Victim selection. I did not select them. In fact, they talked to me first. Substance misuse.
The fact they talked to me first. You could just cut them off. Aren't you like a grown-ass fucking woman? The bomb dude is witty. Oh, okay. They contacted you first. Well, maybe you should just fucking ignore them. Aren't you like a grown-ass woman? Like, I'm pretty sure you could just ignore them, right? You can just ignore them.
Didn't do that.
This section is largely a helpful demonstration from her to show just how poorly put together this whole video is. For some reason, she's under the impression that you need to check every box on this specific definition of for you to have done so, as if it's the fair use law. And she would appear to believe that her reaching out to a 14-year-old fan, sending them essay comics that she'd created, and then asking this child to draw NSFW for her was not A, her taking advantage of a power dynamic, or B, her communicating inappropriately with a child. Let's not mince words here. Even if we decided that she wouldn't meet the definition of she should never be allowed a platform. You sent porn to a kid, you asked the kid for porn, and you exploited the fact that they were a fan of you to do so. You took advantage of your platform to get porn from a child. There is no grey area here. There is no scenario which this is a mistake you can come back from. But to prove a point, I'm going to do the silly commentary thing here, where I read a definition of a word. It's defined by the Metropolitan Police to be when a person builds a relationship with a child, young person, or adult who's at risk so that they can abuse them and manipulate them into doing things. You found a vulnerable...
See? This manipulate them into doing things. So what exactly did they have, what she had them doing? Drawing arts of her sexualizing one of her fan, which is an underage mother. She's just avoiding any sort of accountability and trying to paint herself as a fucking victim as best in her fucking ability. Like, you just can't write this shit. You just can't.
Or adult who's at risk so that they can abuse them and manipulate them into doing things. You found a vulnerable child and fan who you admit was already isolated at the point you met them, exposed them to sexual content, which I feel would meet the bar for abusing them, and manipulated them into creating pornography for you. In my opinion, that would meet the Met Police's definition.
Now there's some other things that we really need to discuss when we're talking about this whole situation. So firstly, I am a hetero woman. I am attracted to men, as you can see from these...
Hold on. You're attracted to men, right? Right, you're attracted to men. Hold on. Let me go right back to, what's his face? Lord Crust's video. Because he has pictures of Synni. Hold on. Let's go right here.
She sent...
Attracted to men. I think any man with a brain would not fuck this. Honestly, I don't even want this person even near me. Just straight up disgusting right here. She even took a picture of her self with a bleeding nose. It's just... I don't know any man would fuck this, well, except for just a robot, because he has no good fucking taste apparently. But yeah, hetero. I'm attracted to men. Just go fucking lesbian. Just you're not getting a boyfriend, like, especially when all of these pictures are plastered all over the fucking place. Like, you're cooked. Like you are cooked. Holy shit, dude.
Cringy ass conversations that I had with Eno. I did not want to date Eno. I never considered that as an option. I did not reach out to Eno. And it took Eno 3 months of persistently pestering, prying, and giving me gifts before I finally gave in and spoke to them. From the start...
Groomer means building a relationship with a... to write these notes. Building a relationship with a child and manipulating them to do stuff. Pedophiles mean attracted to children, and predator means actively preying on children by meeting up with them. Tell Morty to write these notes. I'm pretty sure he will see it one way or another. But predator doesn't necessarily mean preying on children, just prey on any like vulnerable people in general, typically like young adults and shit like that, like like 18, 19, 20, 21, all those motherfuckers. So, you know, it's just preying on vulnerable people, typically. But preying on children is one of them, too. I mean, all I'm hearing is a bunch of bullshit excuses. Yeah, she's just dodging accountability at this point. She's just dodging accountability. And she talk about, oh, I'm attracted to men. Yeah, yeah, try again. Just go lesbian at this point. I'm pretty sure you will have a much better time with a woman than a man. Not gonna lie to you. Like fucking Christ! Like, she is so disgusting. The full leak birdie recording. Oh, I might have to keep that into my portfolio.
I remained very reserved and kept NO beyond arm's length. I wasn't super interested in talking to them until they sent me an image of me laying in bed, and I made a joke about it being inaccurate because Boy wasn't there. Once NO started indulging in my very strong autistic infatuation with Boy, that's when I started talking a lot more. And as we kept talking, I felt a lot more comfortable sharing certain things about the character that I liked.
What the fuck?
Including personal fantasies. In hindsight, I really should have filtered myself when talking to this person. Definitely should have practiced some restraint. I'm not proud of this, but it was never my intention to desensitize them or harm NO. That was never on my mind. I imagine that's fairly obvious if the DMs are actually read with more than one brain cell activated. I've been speaking to some individuals who are very critical of me, but they've been fair. They disagreed with the idea that this was because one of them, who goes by Kumo, thought something was off about the evidence that was used to back up the claim. Kumo has been very critical of child predators and people who enact performative vigilante justice online for validation or personal gain. It was explained to me that my understanding of was clearly warped, and these conversations just sounded like, I'm quoting Kumo, locker room girl talk. I myself have never been very social. I would even call myself socially inept. I'm a bit of a so I never considered that there was an existing dynamic that sounded similar to my conversations. This was two girls talking about Jeremiah down the block and how hot he is. Once again, I feel the need to make this painfully clear that I am not excusing how I talk to NO. It was inappropriate, It was irresponsible, it was negligent, and I shouldn't have done it. I regret it a lot. I should have made the responsible choice and stopped these conversations before they even happened. But I know for a
It's kind of crazy how she said that after she deleted that one fucking video where she said that she's saying that she's a groomer. But then she deleted that one, made this video saying, "Oh, I just say some fucked up shit, but I'm not a groomer." Like, what the fuck? Like no, like, you have 500,000 fucking subscribers, bitch. Somebody can literally just click that shit and, bro, like, you dumb. I like how she put the fucking gameplay video in the background as she's trying to defend herself. Well, I mean, that's just the way that they commentate, you know? Not really that big of a deal, K-Fire, but it is kind of funny.
Fact that this was not. None of the previous qualifiers can be found in my DMs with NO, because I did not NO. My therapist doesn't even think I NO. And the obvious
Oh my god. Okay, stop spamming hate, but like, what do you mean? My therapist didn't think that I'm a groomer. The fuck do you mean? Your therapist is not the authorities, you stupid fuck. They get paid to make you feel good. The fact that this shit is like a gotcha moment right there is so fucking funny. The therapist gets paid to make you feel like shit. To make you feel good. What the fuck? Oh my god. She really think that was, oh, but my therapist think that I'm not a groomer. Maybe you told him some bullshit ass fucking story. You told him some bullshit ass fucking story. instead of the actual thing that you actually did, right? You think that was a gotcha moment, you stupid ass? Obviously, the niggas gonna be like, oh, I'm not. You're definitely not a groomer because you told him the wrong fucking information. You fucking idiot. Like, if you actually tell him the truth, he might think differently. But again, this nigga gets paid to give a fuck. This nigga gets paid to give a fuck. So, like, you think that's just a gotcha moment? You fucking dumbass. Like, you can't write this shit. I know that's your therapist could be just lying to you, Cindy. Yeah, the therapist could just lie to you too. She really think that's a gotcha moment. Like, you gotta be this fucking dense. You cannot be this fucking dense, my nigga. Can't be this dense. Ugh.
Rebuttals to that could be, well, we don't know what Cindy was saying to the therapist.
Exactly.
What reason do I even have to lie at this point? Let
me try to get this closer. The fact that you sent a picture of your butt plug and asking underage minors for advice on how to use it, that could be one of them. Sometimes I think Birdie is stupider than her. Yeah.
I came into their office specifically saying I believed I a child. And then after telling them all the details, they don't think that what I did was actually great.
She's a hetero woman? Wow, that changes everything. Put the cameras away, TMZ. We've got the wrong guy. If I could pretend to be a lawyer for a second, because that sounds so much cooler than being a YouTuber, I feel the correct objection here would be relevance. Does the fact you claim to have no interest in women erase the fact you sent to a child? Or the porn you received from them? Is there an exception written in the definition that says you have to be attracted to the person? Or scratch that. Is there an exception that says you had to have intended to the person in the first place? At the end of the day, this defense is not convincing anybody. And no therapist's opinion on your actions will change that. As you said yourself, your conversations with this child were inappropriate, irresponsible, negligent, and you shouldn't have done it. That's all that has to be said. That's enough for me to feel uncomfortable about your continued presence online and platform to repeat this behavior in the future.
Slight React say that he has bad news. What's going on? Hold on, get right back to the whole Cindy shit. Yeah, apparently Flight has a bad news. Hold on. Oh fuck, I clicked on the wrong stream. What's going on, my boy? What's going on, Flight? What's the bad news, gang? I gotta stop saying that shit. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. It's probably something not too serious. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, but yeah, I don't know why he kept that GIF. But hey, he's embracing it. You have to admit that. I just hope it's nothing too serious, man. Bad news, the earth was uneven, so he fell and injured himself. Bro, come on, bro. It's probably something serious. Hopefully it's not. I might keep this up, but let's keep watching.
You f***ed up. What you should be doing is what you did at first. Apologizing, not doubling down. You should have made the responsible choice and stopped these conversations before they happened. You didn't. There's no other way to point the blame here.
Jack has decided to ride the wave of this controversy to accuse me of sexual assault. But I think anyone
FX, I literally
to
told
what
you to
Jack
stop
said should be
spamming
able
hey,
to
bro.
recognize that what actually happened is he retracted his consent long after what happened, which is not only
Oh, there it is.
What it do, flight crew?
Flat reacts turned into a Hall of Fame school trip after getting shit talked by two dudes from 2K.
FTC?
What's the bad news, bro?
FTC? Flight team stand up! Who up in the chizzy chair?
Oh, he sound excited.
Back like we never motherfucking left, man. Late ass, short ass stream, man. Hey, man, wait for everybody to get up in this bed, man. As you see by the title, man, we got some bad news. No, it doesn't have to do with the tree strain.
Alright, what is it?
Turn off the music, turn off the music. Bad news, guys. Alright, so your boy, Dut Reacts, just got literally back from hooping, man. A lot of ball played today, man. A lot of ball played today. Oh, man, it hurts me to say this, man. Your boy Dut Reacts got an injury, bro.
Oh, that's it?
And you won't even believe this, bro.
You got it?
Literally
okay, just an injury. Okay, let's get. He just got injured. He just got injured. That's it. I thought it was something fucking serious. Yes. That's it.
Disheartening, but I believe constitutes slander. As someone who has been sexually abused in the past, as a child, the fact that he's so comfortable weaponizing our consensual touching not only makes me unholy levels of pissed off, but also makes me feel extremely
I thought someone
heartbroken.
died, yeah.
Jack is someone I trusted and cared for and loved unconditionally for nearly a year, and he's willing to lie and deceive with clear intentions of ruining my life. I have been labeled a child. I've been framed as a sexual deviant, described and implied to be a violent degenerate, and an aggressive rapist.
As I said in the last video, I can't comment on events I wasn't present for and evidence does not exist for. But I can emphasize that Jack did not lie about these events as is implied here. Both parties have admitted that there was touching, and Jack volunteered clearly in his video that he consented to much of this touching. Whether his accusations towards her quantify sexual assault or not is a valid question to ask, and one she has a right to address and respond to, but to claim he lied and deceived within this video is untrue. I do feel like there is valid criticism towards Jack for including a claim of sexual assault in a video where he himself admits that he's not sure if that's what happened. Sexual assault is a serious claim, and one that has to be approached with care and caution, but, and I want to make this as clear as possible, Synni's response here still misses the mark.
Jack and I had lived together for about 9 months, and in that time we established a friendship with boundaries still being discovered. I deliberately asked Jack if the things I was doing were okay, and Jack said they were. I was not under the impression that Jack was not comfortable or even unhappy with these silly acts of poking and squishing. Had Jack communicated to me as such, I would have stopped and apologized profusely. Given the nature of our friendship and the level of intimacy we shared, I half-jokingly asked Jack to my face while clothed, to which he politely declined.
Wait,
and I
what?
respected their answer. This was out of morbid curiosity, and honestly, that was as f***. I'm just a girl. Het guys have so
I'm assuming she has never been in a relationship before. Because it's like, I don't know. You might be a sexual deviant. I'm not gonna lie to you. Because like it is clear as fucking day that you act on, you know, these type of shit to not only your underage fucking fans, but to Birdie as well. It's just clear as day that you just never had any sort of play in your fucking life. It's clear as day. No fucking wonder.
similar humors and dynamics to my understanding. I've seen what the homies get up to, and it's all in good fun to call them
oh god,
homies about
homies.
it, but Being curious isn't indicative of someone's orientation and preference. TLDR, Jack has grossly misinterpreted our relationship in a manner that really hurts, dude.
Yeah, no fucking shit. No fucking shit.
I think this part of her statement is important, and one of the parts of this video that I can criticize the least. A recalling of these events is relevant, as this is a he said, she said situation. I'm going to avoid theorizing on this part of the situation. Feel free to curate your own informed judgment.
Jack's GoFundMe is a scam and it's slanderous. Jack's selling point on the GoFundMe that raised over $10,000 in like 3 days was that he didn't feel safe.
$10,000 in like 3 days. 3 fucking days and this motherfucker got 10. Under 3 days and this motherfucker raised over 10K. I hate my life. Fuck. 10K, 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 10 fucking K. Jeez.
Living with me anymore. As if I'm some sort of evil, deranged,
yeah, exactly.
violent
Still didn't use that money.
Was gonna grab Jack next for saying awful about me in the next room. Ironic, considering I was a sobbing mess on the couch, laying in the fetal position, breaking down over the awful shit that he said to me. Jack was not financially independent, but neither am I. I occasionally had to rely on Jack's social security to make ends meet and maintain our lifestyle and security. Jack made a little under $1,000 each month from his benefits. Jack was unemployed and hardly attempted to make any income through commissions. For the 9 months we stayed together, I would say that half of that time I was paying rent in full. We moved in November and Jack hadn't considered splitting rent until February.
So, this motherfucker, Birdie, right? Did he even... Exactly, didn't really do a fucking thing about paying rent and shit like that. The same thing that he did after moving out of Sydney's place. So again, Birdie just didn't contribute to fucking dick. So why does this motherfucker still have friends? Why does he still have friends? If he's just not gonna commit, if he's just not gonna, you know, do the work or contribute for your friends. I mean, don't hate the player, hate the game. It just doesn't really make any sense how people like that is allowed friends, man.
I had to beg Jack to pay only 1/3 of rent with their social security, and he tried to refuse. That would be a total of a little under $300 a month out of the money that was meant to go toward things like rent. I don't think Jack even understands what that money was granted to him for. For the final 2 to 3 months that Jack was staying here, Jack was no longer receiving social security due to him not attending a court hearing. Meaning Jack stayed in my apartment rent-free in the time that he had the audacity to pull this. I paid for the food. Jack being autistic requires some pricey and specialty items to be constantly in stock. So this was more than just feeding 2 people and 2 cats. Jack's only bill, aside from the third...
Exactly, but you know how SynniBear is. You know how SynniBear is. She wants someone to fucking... to do sexual stuff. You know, that type of shit. So, you know, obviously she didn't kick him out.
Third of rent was the internet, which checked out to be $45 a month. Jack's social security is what secured this apartment. Jack has asked their viewers, in light of grooming allegations of a 14-year-old, for their money to enable them to ditch their living situation and leave me to handle all the loss. Stealing one of the pets that I own and pay the medical bills for, that I fed and took care of. To make matters worse, Jack has tried to ruin my life in many different avenues. Jack has isolated me from my only real-life friends, and socially engineered my coworkers against me. Jack has made a public...
Because you're a fucking groomer. I don't know what you thought. You're a fucking groomer. I mean, I don't know what you thought was gonna happen. Like you're a fucking groomer. Like I don't know what, like you think that, oh, just because they're your friends and shit, just they could just like, oh, yeah, sure. I mean, I don't think she's all that. I don't think I feel like you're lying. I feel like you're fucking like, bro, you're a fucking groomer. What the hell do you expect?
Spectacle about this. And
I mean, you may not go to jail for it, but like that's like more like that's just really gross.
ruined my reputation to the point that my family heard about it.
You ruined your own fucking reputation, you stupid bitch. You ruined your own fucking reputation. Take accountability and own up to it. The fuck? Yeah, that's your fault. Stop blaming others. Stop blaming others other than yourself. Like, blame your fucking self. Bro, like, this shit right here just makes no fucking sense.
My brother heard about this situation at school. Jack has gone on Twitter and wished me more than death. I will go more in depth on that later. But he's publicly celebrating my downfall and interacting with people who make art depicting violent and cruel acts on me. And he and everyone else feels justified.
You make gore art! You make gore art! And now people doing it to you! Hello?
Doing this because pedos are bad. Speaking of, the fact that he feels so comfortable calling me a pedophile when he knows what I've been through and he knows how I respond to those topics is driving me up a wall. He should know damn well that I'm not a pedo.
Her response moving from, I didn't a minor, to, he didn't pay rent, is actually hilarious. I can appreciate that it would suck being what is effectively a parent to your friend or housemate. But we aren't here to mitigate your domestic drama, and frankly, I do not give a shit. Fundamentally here, I feel like she's missing the point of why Jack would want to be out of this environment and why this GoFundMe wouldn't be a scam. She admitted to an immoral act with a... Any normal person would feel uncomfortable in that environment and would want to be out of it. And if Jack wasn't in a position to make that happen himself, I can understand turning to his audience for support. This isn't a scam. It's desperation because you don't want to live with someone who... No. Harley.
It's a fucking scam. Harley, it is a scam. Harley, I'm telling you, her GoFundMe is a fucking scam. It is a fucking scam. Harley, this shit is a goddamn scam. There's levels of proof of that shit that is this whole thing is a fucking scam. It's like desperate, yeah, but
for support. This isn't a... wasn't in a position to make that happen himself. I can understand turning to his audience for support. This isn't a... turning his audience to support. Don't have that, unfortunately. But this is a scam. This motherfucker did not use his fucking money. Scam. It's desperation because you don't want to live with someone who would hurt or take advantage of a child.
It's a scam, buddy. It's a scam. I'm telling you. Her shit is his shit is a scam.
A group of people that are part of a wider
He did, just not for the right
where
reason.
You can
Still a
say
scam.
or do the most heinous acts to someone, so long as you call them a bad person beforehand. Whether they are or not seems to be debated after the fact. My confession was false, and the people who reacted thought twice and clearly wanted it to be true. They remarked that something didn't seem right, but didn't bother to question the legitimacy of the allegations and the confession. If I pulled the DM logs of Turkey Tom when he was 18 to 19, I have to wonder what I could find. If I did the same to Deadwing Dork, Chud Logic, Soph the Neko, I have to wonder. If we dug through every interaction you've ever had online, would there suddenly be more incentive to be nuanced and open-minded? Because those aren't even the things I asked for.
I don't know why why she thinks that, oh, you could just turn up motherfuckers' Discord interaction when they were like 18, 19. Like, no, like, the difference between them and you is that, you know, when it comes to them being 18 and 19 years old, they still have not fully matured mentally. They just turn adult, but they have restraints. They may have they may have something weird. They said something weird and they probably did something weird, but it wasn't over the scale to the point where grooming is a thing. I made a video about perfection and his beef with YouTubers, and there was this guy named Steedo J. Apparently he thinks Steedo J is a pedophile and shit because he sends like porn and stuff. It is really weird and it's a weird case, but again, Steedo J was like 17, 18 at the time when he sent all those shit. It is fucking wild, but it's far, like, it's just, it's really weird. And Steedo J obviously has not done that shit. But in between that and you is that you did it for 4 fucking years. You did it for 4 years. 4 straight fucking years. And the fact that you took down the original video where you said that you're a groomer and then trying to like, oh, but actually, this is just, and that's just, no. That's not how the fuck it works, stupid. Because like I said, people can say some fucked up shit even at as early as 18 or 19 years old. They have not fully developed. But they have restraint. You fucking don't. There's a difference. But it's just not about them. It is about you, Sydney. And she thought it was okay. She didn't even think of stopping. Yeah, of fucking course, man.
I'm being represented in terribly bad faith, and I'd be surprised if anyone listed really believes they've never said or done anything that could be used against them in this manner.
I can partially understand the point she's trying to make here. I value self-reflection and acknowledge that most people, including myself, have mistakes in their past. That's part of being human.
Exactly.
And I don't believe that people on the internet are black and white villains. However, as far as I'm concerned, it is not normal to send and receive to and from a child. And that is not something I've ever done or would even consider doing.
Exactly.
You are the minority in that.
Exactly.
And making an excuse like this here as a 20-plus-year-old will only make you look worse. Your initial apology was much better than this. At least you took some fucking accountability. I would have been optimistic that you could continue to heal offline in the future. But if you continue to double down, I think anybody would find it hard to build confidence that you're capable of introspection and improvement, and they will treat you as such.
As long as we're all still here, I would like to talk about Jack's video that he made about me. He's the one who brought the situation to the public. He made a lot of points in his video, and I have a lot to say about them. I'm gonna be going more in depth on the things that Jack complained about in his video. I'd like to just get started. Jack's behavior throughout this situation has been really strange, and I have to question what his motivation was, both in this situation and honestly in our friendship. I'm not sure why he felt like he needed $10,000 from a GoFundMe just to get away from me. That's a ton of money. Maybe it's for a fresh start, but it feels a bit exploitative. It feels
I mean, like, yeah, $10,000 is a lot of money. But you're making it act like it's $100,000. Like, bro, like, chillax, bro. And like, you talking about exploitative? Like, yeah, he exploited it. There's a difference, motherfucker.
Feels strange to make a video educating people about someone you believe to be a and then ask for a ton of money that isn't even meant to help the victim.
I thought this section was going to have some more new points, but it's just her complaining about the GoFundMe again. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like questioning the motives of Jack is out of place in a response from the accused person. Surely these are arguments for practically anybody else but her to make. So far, this video has felt more like bitter resentment towards Jack than a response to what she did wrong.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Just dodging every... Just dodging every fuck shit that she has done and just puts it on Jack. Basically throwing Jack under the bus. And Jack is just somehow 10 times worse than Cindy. So, like, you know, it's just... Yeah, just basically throwing Jack under the fucking bus. So, like, literally her whole shit is like... Yeah, well, I did say some stupid shit. But it's not technically grooming. So, here's the thing about Jack. I'm just like, bro. Nigga.
If she believes that by discrediting Jack, it would make her look better.
Exactly.
And I suppose I could interpret that as her intent, something like martyrdom, but she's missing the mark here. And the outcome is just her looking even worse. And if she does think that this would make her look better, then this is even more embarrassing than I could have imagined. Now, I hate doing this. Ironic, I know, considering how often I have. But this is the two-quote fallacy in action. Side note, I have had so much mileage out of knowing what the two-quote fallacy is across the past years of commentary. I've started seeing it literally everywhere.
I've also seen plenty of people questioning the use of the panty and stocking designs on his GoFundMe page. I actually asked him that too, because he showed me the page when he made it. I asked why he was using a picture of the two of us, and his explanation was that he just threw it all together. I didn't push any further. I saw a lot
That's fucking crazy when people just saw this shit, right? Just saw this shit. So they just saw a picture of, you know, both of them in dresses for some reason. I thought you were a guy, but, you know, yeah. Also, that's the art style. Still looks ugly. Anyways. So people just saw this shit and just like, oh, yeah, I would definitely like to help somebody get the fuck out of... Like, it's just... Just a robot agreeing, putting the blame on Birdie. Facts. Yeah, so they just saw this shit. They just saw the picture and be like, yeah, I'll give him my money. I'll give him my money. I'll give him my money. Yeah. You could have just like send like a picture of like a place you want to live at, or you know, your current situation, shit like that. Like the apartments that you want to move. This apartment looks so fucking neat. I want to live here so bad. Like it's so neat. Got fucking washer and dryer in this book. Anyways, like you literally could have just, you know, I don't know, just send a picture of somewhere you want to live at, or you know, the state that you're at. Something on the lines that convinces fucking people to donate money to you. It just doesn't really matter because, you know, he has a shit ton of people, you know, just donating money. So they're just convinced that, you know, they're just actually taking that shit serious. It's just, yeah, they just saw this shit and be like, no, I'm gonna send my money. Yeah, I'm gonna send fucking 25, 10s and 30s and 50s and all that shit. You just throw them bitches around like making it rain and shit, and you know, it just saw like our styles of. I don't get people. The art still looks atrocious. Facts.
A lot of people also pointing out that it was weird to include the panty and stocking animation. I kind of agree. It's strange that in the video where you're warning everyone about SynniBear03, the freak.
I'm not a freak. I'm like Cinny.
You include an animation of me dancing on a stripper pole and taking off my.
The latter.
I remember that. I fucking remember that. I did not know why he did that. Again, that convinces a lot of people though to give her a shit ton of money. There's so many points you can. There's so many points I can like detail like to. There's so many points I could gravitate into making a video on, because it's like so many things that should convince you to not donate money to this motherfucker, but yet they still did it anyways. They still fucking did it anyways. It's wild, man. It's fucking wild.
Here is a reference to the criticism I made towards Jack in my last video, including the animation of yourself and the person you're accusing of predatory behavior in the video you're accusing them of predatory behavior is wholly irresponsible. But Jack responded to this point when I reached out to him. Quote, I had a feeling that it might have come across as tonally insensitive after reading the comments, but I couldn't tell from the get-go because I'm awfully deaf to social cues. With the time crunch, I didn't have time to process anything, so I couldn't think of a better way to display the animation publicly, but I agreed that that's a valid criticism. So congrats, Cinny.
The hell? I just gained a new. I must have been from YouTube. T Mayon. Okay, thanks for the subscribe.
This is your first argument that I actually agree with. 17 minutes into the video, and after Jack has already addressed and acknowledged the problem here.
Jack claims I assaulted him, which is just not true. In his video, he shows a screenshot of me losing my mind over the fact that he was saying I assaulted him. This, plus the fact that Jack admits to consenting to me touching him, should have tipped y'all off that he was talking out of his ass.
Touching back on, Cindy's, like, full assault towards me, I'd like to preface this by saying this is gonna get kind of graphic, so I'm sorry. On a daily basis, she, like, makes comments about my ass, like how big and squishy it is, and how she wants a boyfriend with an ass like mine, and she would constantly slap it and grab it. And I'm gonna be honest, I consented to this because I've never had an IRL friend before, and I didn't know what kind of touching was and wasn't okay. And, like, I also consented to her, like, touching my. And, like, I guess, like, this stuff is fine because I consented to it, but there's stuff that she did that I didn't consent to. Like, she would often poke me, like, in the ass or, like, on my crotch and, like, make jokes about me, and, like, I told her not to do this, and I said no multiple times, and I would even, like, scream if she did it, but she did it even as recently as, like, a few nights ago, I think. I still have my doubts about, like, my feelings about this because, like, with that thing, I didn't continue to say no, and I confronted Cindy about this, and she said she thought I was joking when I said no, which I have a recording of, but I'll show the recording later.
Yes, I did make a lot of comments about Jack's ass and how big and squishy it is. I've smacked him on the ass, I've grabbed his ass, I've even used his ass as a pillow. I've played with his ass, and I've always asked if what I was doing bothered him or made him uncomfortable.
Motherfucker, TMI! Yo! Oh my... Oh, okay.
He's always said he doesn't mind. He doesn't care. It's fine. He says he didn't consent to me poking him in the ass or in the crotch, which I have to say, I don't know if he ever made it explicitly clear that he didn't like me poking him in the ass. And I do genuinely feel bad if I was making him uncomfortable by doing that. I say in the recording he took of me, by the way, I had no idea I was being recorded. I tell him I thought he was joking when he told me no. There's a lot of things that I do to Jack expecting a specific reaction because he makes funny noises. I would often grab his face and squish it in my hand and he'd make a murr sound, and I thought it was funny. I would hold his nose closed and when I let go he would inhale really hard. Funny. I'd pinch his double chin and he'd say, "My gizzard."
Oh my god, my what? Wait, my what?
Would inhale really hard. Funny. I'd pinch his double chin and he'd say, "My gizzard." Funny. When I
Have you ever learned to keep your hands to yourself? Like you're just way too fucking touchy. Like keep your hands to your fucking self. What the fuck's wrong with you? Oh my god, yeah, no, you don't need a boyfriend. You don't need a boyfriend. You need God. You need God. You need God. Holy fucking shit.
He would scream. Not a guttural scream, like it would be easy for me to assume that he was scared or upset. It was like a silly scream, like, ah, ah. Last time I remember doing—
That's not a fucking silly ass scream. That's a scream of you saying, "Stop fucking poking my ass." God, you are a sexual fucking deviant. It's like literally no wonder. Just go lesbian at this point, man. Like there's zero curves. Absolutely zero curves. Nothing works. Nothing fucking works. Holy shit. I don't think God's wants. Oh God. God don't want her. Who can take this motherfucker? Jeffrey Epstein? Diddy? Yeah, no, actually no. Diddy can have you. You sexual deviant. Diddy can have you. Fucking Christ.
Doing this though, he didn't react at all. He was playing with Squirp on the—
You can have a fucking freak off in a jail cell. Holy shit.
cat tree, and I poked him in the ass, and he didn't react. He just kept playing with the cat. He didn't even flinch. How am I supposed to know that you don't like what I'm doing if you don't tell me? If you told me before, then it wasn't really clear. You gotta be explicit with me. I'm autistic. I'm stupid. He says I poked him in the crotch, and I have 2 memories of doing this, and both times I immediately apologized afterwards. I poked him in the gents on accident because I was trying to poke him in the ass and I went too low, and he told me, "You poked me in the..." And I apologized profusely and stressed that I didn't mean to. I poked him in the pubic area once and then immediately asked if it was okay to do that, and to be frank, I don't actually have a clear memory of his response.
TMI.
This isn't something I do regularly. That's why I had to question if I actually did that in the recording.
She would often poke me, like, in the ass or, like, on my crotch and, like, make jokes about fingering me and, like...
Sometimes when I poked him in the ass, I would say, "Star finger," because I...
Too much information. Starfinger. Starfinger. Fucking Christ. No, that's actually dumb funny, bro. Starfinger.
Thought it was funny. He brings up the fact that I asked him to on my face. I do understand if he's upset that I would ask him to do this. It's a situation in nature, and he declined for that reason. If Jack
just ask him out. Holy fucking shit. Like, you're doing all this shit, giving him hints and all this other shit. Bro, just ask him the fuck out. Like, you guys are supposed to be friends. You're over here, like, grabbing his butt and shit. Like, what the fuck? Bro, just go out and just have fucking... I just don't get it, man.
Doesn't like that I was willing to ask him to do that, he has every right to be upset. What he doesn't have the right to do is revoke his consent of me touching him and claiming I assaulted him just because he doesn't like me anymore. That's
And I'm gonna be honest, I consented to this because I've never had an IRL friend before and I didn't know what kind of touching was and wasn't okay.
My brother in Christ, you are an adult. You choose what touching is okay. There is no rule book.
I thought he was joking when he said,
Motherfucker. Dude, this whole thing is just odd as fuck. Like, we're just gonna gravitate towards the serious topic into, consent and whatnot. Like, this is just pointless ass fucking debate, man. I don't get it. You might as well become a lesbian because Birdie's not a... Yeah. It's just... This type of shit is just wild as fuck. This type of shit is literally just wild. Like, at this fucking point, just go lesbian. Because I don't know any real man will go with this. I do not know any real man will go with this. I'm not gonna fucking lie to you. Like even if I was like desperate to even like get a girl, I would not even come close to this. Motherfucker, like, shit is gonna stay on soft seeing this motherfucker. It's probably gonna be shrinking to like a microscopic like size, bro. To the point where you need a telescope to see it. Disgusting.
Said no. And the vague allusion to Jack's claim that he had screamed for her to stop when she touched him like this is the most concerning part of this section. She has a brief mention of the screaming, but would appear to have taken those screams as a joke. Whether she's avoiding the mention of more distress screams, or whether this was a communication issue is not for me to theorize on. Again, I was not there. I can only provide a cohesive take on a claim that I have evidence for. But I take concern at her mention, vague inclusion, and / or lack thereof of the aforementioned comments. Her sudden lack of recollection to this response where he claimed that he wasn't okay with some of this is also very convenient for her. Either side could be telling the truth here, and when it comes to a claim like this, there is the possibility that this was a greater communication error over a malicious act, so I'll leave this open-ended.
I have not been mooching off of Cinny. I have actually...
You have.
Like, I've helped pay rent every month.
No, you didn't.
I've helped pay for groceries. I've given Cinny money for gas.
No, you didn't.
I've paid for a lot of her things.
No, you didn't.
Like, I have not been mooching off of her. But
yes, you have.
I was not mooching off of Cinny is a wild statement considering how much I was doing for you. We were living together for almost half a year, and I would say half that time you were staying in my apartment rent-free. The first few months we lived together, I was paying the rent in full, and I had to plead with you to pay 1/3 of the rent. Not half rent. I offered Jack pay 1/3 of the rent because his benefits paid him half of what I get paid. I had to drag it out of you, and you whined about it. You haven't paid rent for the past few months because your benefits were revoked. I cook, I clean the apartment, I do the dishes, I do the laundry. You sometimes clean the litter boxes when I clean about it. You haven't paid rent for the past few months because your benefits were...
Hold on. Let me just do it. Let me just do this shit right here. Hold on a second. Because I keep having to like come back and forth.
Scenarios with her young audience. Yet, despite this, she sent...
Yeah, let me just do this shit real quick.
Revoked. I cook, I mind about it. You haven't paid rent for the past few months because your benefits were revoked. I cook, I clean the apartment, I do the dishes.
Oh, son of a bitch. I was trying to make a joke saying that she looks like shit when she doesn't even feel like having the fucking stuff she cleans.
For the past few months because your benefits were revoked. I cook, I clean the apartment, I do the dishes, I do the laundry. You sometimes clean the litter boxes when I ask you to. I drive you to your appointments. I pay for your medicine. I take you on car rides when you're sad. I buy you ice cream every week. I have to fucking bribe you with ice cream so you'll get out of bed and go to Social Security to try to get your benefits back. I was taking care of you, and it's fucking wild that you have the audacity to paint me as a monster and call me a pedophile when you should know that isn't true. I've always been by your side, as long as you were willing to get better. I stood by your side when the internet still hated you.
She cooks and cleans and all this shit, but took a photo of her with a bleeding nose. She cooks and cleans and all this other stuff, but took a picture of her with a bleeding nose. I mean, let me just go back right here. Hold on. We'll just pull this shit up again.
You with ice cream so you'll get out of bed, clean the apartment. I had half of what I get paid. I had to offer Jack pay 1/3 of the rent because his benefits paid him half of what I get paid. I had to drag it out of you, and you whined about it. You haven't paid rent for the past few months because your benefits were revoked. I cook, I clean the apartment, I do the dishes, I do the laundry. You sometimes clean the litter boxes when I ask you to. I drive you to your appointments. I pay for your medicine. I take you on car rides when you're sad. I buy you ice cream every week. I have to fucking bribe you with ice cream so you'll get out of bed and go to Social Security to try to get your benefits back. I was taking care of you. And it's fucking wild that you have the audacity to paint me as a monster and call me a when you should know that isn't true. I've always been by your side, as long as you were willing to get better. I stood by your side when the internet still hated you and thought you were a... I stood by you when you drew over the memorial. I am heartbroken that you threw away our friendship as soon as it wasn't easy being my friend, when I have done everything for you. You are a fucking coward. Not only would I call you a moocher, you're also a thief. You stole my jewelry, the fake nails that our mutual bought for me, and you took our f***ing cat when you don't have stable housing. I genuinely believe you should bring Squirt back to my apartment because you cannot take care of her on your own. You can't even take care of yourself. This isn't me being malicious and trying to take your cat from you because I'm upset with you. I don't think you can take care of her. And if you try to make the argument that I forgot to feed her a couple times when I left for work, I knew that they would be okay if I didn't feed them as soon as I got up, because you were always home. I have to work all day while you sit on your ass at home and draw. You also begged me to get these cats. You should be willing to contribute to taking care of them by feeding them and cleaning
I told you to stop spamming hey and you didn't listen, so that's on you.
up after them. Especially when you're always home.
More if this is a domestic...
Yeah, she's gonna be easy to troll. Yeah, no fucking shit, bro. Hey guys, yo, hey. I want to let you know that I want to let you know that she cooks and cleans and all this other shit, right? You know, I take care of myself, you know, obviously. I do all of that. I take care of you and all this other stuff, you know. I did all that shit. I did all that shit, man. Definitely took care of myself, you know. I took care of you. Yeah, most definitely I took care of you and all this other shit, right? Yeah, you take care of yourself and all this other shit, right? Most likely. Definitely do that shit. Definitely. Oh, this one from somebody was streaming this? Yeah. Crazy work.
Dispute that I'd rather not waste my time on, but to me,
yeah, I think
it's worth touching on these moments in her video because it shows how insane her priorities are with all of this.
Yeah, but she is actually kind of right about Birdie not doing shit, because he hasn't done shit for the other friends too after, you know, he moved out of Sydney's crib. So, you know, she's actually right on that. But you know, Sydney, you're a fucking groomer. So
having a shitty housemate can suck. Yeah, living with friends is not easy. I'd know. It can be miserable having to cover for another person. Yeah, but for God's sake, this situation is about your admission to sending and receiving from a 14-year-old. It is absurd to be pointing the finger at anybody else here. I can appreciate that it's probably been really hard being turned away by a friend that you've made the effort for and stood by. But you made a video where you, in your own words, said you a minor. That's not being a difficult friend. It's impossible to look past, especially if you've been victimized in a similar way by other people in the past. Taking a pet from you is cruel, and I can appreciate that. I don't agree with their decision to do so if this is your animal and not a shed pet. Equally though, I'm not empathetic towards you because of it. You have not earned my sympathy.
Jack brings up my obsession with Boy. Let's talk about Boy.
Oh boy.
Something that keeps getting brought up.
Why did I say that?
Is the fact that I'm simping over a minor's character.
Oh,
okay, who fucking cares? The character.
Whoa! Whoa!
I'm simping over a minor's character. Okay, who fucking cares?
I don't know what she thinks when she say that. I don't know when she thinks that when she said that. You know. Okay, who cares that I simp over somebody who's on like what the God.
The character is an adult. That is what matters. Sock is uncomfortable with how I'm using boy. They blocked me. I don't care.
No. We're just not gonna bypass that, like you just said. Oh, who cares? I'm simping over somebody somebody's OC who's an under. But like, bro, like we're not just gonna bypass that shit and just say, oh, but it's actually an adult. No.
I think I've made it very clear in the leaked DMs that I think Sock is way too sensitive when it comes to their characters. I think it's insanely stupid to post your characters online and then get upset when people get invested in your work. Not allowing people to ship your characters, ship themselves with your characters, make headcanons for your characters, kin your characters when you're posting them to the internet where everyone can see them is ridiculous. Just try and control the internet. You will fail. I am tired of acting like she has any say over my creative freedom and self-expression. She blocked me so she doesn't have to see my art. That should be good enough for her. The only people hurting her are the ones who go out of their way to show her the things that I've drawn. Watch me continue to have beef with Sock.clip.
Quote, who cares about how you've taken a minor's character, created fun of this character against their wishes, and continue to do so despite them asking you not to? Most people. Going against someone's consent to use their character for essay art is, well, fill in the blank with any number of awful words. It's 100% something people can criticize your character for and judge you over. I don't care if you think they are too sensitive over the fact they didn't want you to make essay comics of their character. Create your own character then. That's a fair boundary for them.
Exactly. Like, bro, like, it's just crazy as fuck to me when it's easily avoidable. Synni. The fuck? It's easily avoidable to just create your own character and just simp over the character that you created, not simping over a character that someone else created. It just kind of sounds like that you're just not respecting their fucking boundaries and just go against, you know, their more like it just doesn't make any sense. Like, it is just so fucking easy to do that. It's just simply just so fucking easy to do that shit. Like, bro, like, look at all my shit, bro. This is the one I created. The one I created. The character I created. The character I create. This is me. The character I create. And the other character I create. It's like so easily fucking avoidable. So you can just like you can simply just fucking create your own fucking character without having to like be on like happen like to I don't know, bro. I don't know. Like this, that whole shit is so fucking avoidable that is even fucking funny. Wait, what? Appreciate that. It's like, it's simply just so fucking avoidable to just create your own fucking male character and just simple for that one. Not creating somebody else's character. Like, it's just so fucking simple. Seeing you talk about Synni was kind of surprising, as the last time I saw you do this much coverage was with Perfection, the natural selection. Yeah, and I'm also thinking about making an evisceration video on Synni and Birdie when I'm out of this phase. But, you know, your art looked good. Your art is good. Yeah, I appreciate that. I have been improving. I have been improving a lot. Not gonna lie to you. I gotta fix this one though. I have to fix this one. Was kind of odd, but yeah. As I said, like, just create your own fucking art. Just create your own fucking male character and simple for that one. Like, it's just so easily fucking. It's just so easy to avoid any sort of like criticism and shit like that. It's just that damn easy. Like, it just doesn't make any sense, man. It really just don't make any fucking sense. Just create your own character and just simple for that shit. Like, I want to show you an example. Hold on a second. let me see if I still have that shit. Okay. So so I'm assuming y'all know about the GTA 6 online on GTA 6 trailer, right? So easily fucking avoidable. Look at this shit. Easily fucking avoidable. Like OC. This was not from anybody that I took art of. This is my own OC, you know, sitting on top of the car and just, you know, doing all that shit. But it's like, it's just so easily fucking avoidable to avoid any sort of backlash when you could easily just fucking make your own OC and just have them, like, you know, lay on top of each other, hug each other, fuck each other, whatever the fuck, right? Or take an existing character and do that same shit too. It just doesn't really make any sense. Raven Starshine, take notes. Anatomy here? Yeah. Does you realize that this could be turned back onto her? Isn't she acting sensitive by making the apology? Exactly, bro. Like I said, like, this thing is so fucking simple, Cinny. It is so absolutely fucking simple to just make your own male character and make you and the male character fuck each other or do whatever the fuck you want with that character. It is your character. It is your right. It is your whatever. The fact that you have to use someone else's fucking OC and not respecting their boundaries or whatever the fuck, it's just sickening. It's low-key the same shit with perfection. It's low-key the same shit with fucking perfection. Like, he just takes someone else's OC and have them getting fucking raped by him. It's crazy. What about the people who ship themselves with characters from other franchises, i.e. I see some people do that with Gojo. It's odd, but it's an official, you know, it's an official source material, so that one's kind of bad. But it's odd, but at least it's not, you know, to the point where I mean, like, if they like the character and want to ship themselves with that character, that's fine. And, you know, obviously, you know, the writers and shit like that don't really give a fuck, so, you know, all that shit is fine, right? But it's low-key fine to do all that. But if it's actually from someone's OC that hasn't been like popular, like in some form of media or some shit, like, you know, with anime and cartoons and stuff like that, and it's their own OC, and they told you to not use their OC for something malicious and shit like that, and if you don't respect their boundaries, that's the bad part. That's the fucking bad part. Because that's their OC. They have rights. They have fucking rights. So it's just doesn't really make any sense. But if they want to ship themselves, you know, being in love with Goku and stuff like that, obviously I have no say in this because well, first of all, Akira Toriyama died, rest in peace. Let's just use Naruto for example. Let's just use Naruto. I mean, Kishimoto don't give a fuck, right? Kishimoto don't give a fuck. He makes the money. He makes the money. He makes a fan base. He doesn't give a fuck, right? So, you know, you could just do that shit with existing official characters from, like, you know, other former medias and shit like that. But if it's from, someone else's OC, right? If it's from someone else's OC and they tell you to not use their character for anything malicious and you still do it anyways, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. You know what, FX? I'm gonna just block you, man. I'm gonna just block you. See what I mean? You see what I mean? Like, I told him to not spam hey, and he's just still spamming hey. So, a good example of not respecting someone else's boundaries. On the side note, I wonder why you privated the video on perfection, because I'm in a phase right now, and the last thing I wanna do is just, like, you know, having old dude just come to me and say, oh, he made this whole exposed video about me while he's struggling to make $10,000 and you know, get out of that situation. Like, he's a fucking bum, like that type of shit, right? So, you know, I'm not trying to give perfection any sort of leverage with my I'm in a depression phase right now, and I just needed the money to get the fuck out of here. And I know perfection don't give a fuck about me, which is good, but but somebody might, and they're just gonna be like, oh, perfection! Look at this dude that exposed you, and he barely can't even make $10,000 in perfection. Oh, look at this fucking bum, can't even make 10,000. Yeah, that's one of the reasons. The other one is that I just don't want to seem like some form of hypocrite, you know, that type of shit. So you know, they might shit talk you more because you privated the video. No, they won't. Like I said, I'm not trying to give that dude any sort of leverage, you know. That's the reason why. That's one of the reasons why. I'm in a depression phase right now, so. Once I'm out of this phase, that shit is unprivated. That shit is unprivated. But, like I said, SynniBear, it is so fucking easy to avoid, you know, any sort of backlash from using someone else's OC. You could just either you could just make yourself loving an OC from like an existing character, like somebody like from fucking Attack on Titans or Berserk or JoJo or some shit like that. No, you just want to take someone else's OC and even tell you not to use their OC for something malicious, and you still use it anyways. Like, it is super fucking easily avoidable, and she still does it anyway. So you know, she's a fucking idiot. Anyways,
them to set, and while nobody can stop you from doing it, a regular person will look at you different for having a total lack of respect for her boundaries. Why is it your choice how she's allowed to feel about this, or how people are allowed to view this? Clearly your moral compass is completely out of whack if you think this was a good argument to make here.
He had an issue with me talking about AIs in my 13+ server. This is actually something I believe was a problem. I shouldn't have talked about it in my server. That was irresponsible and cringe. And you know what? Someone did actually DM me saying that I shouldn't have been doing that, and I agreed with them and didn't do it again. I believe I contemplated making like a public apology within the server, but my mods told me not to.
Check DMs.
I don't have any
okay. Is also trying to be friendly with Will, be advised. Alright, well, it is what it is.
Evidence of this because the server was deleted and I didn't know how to export the files. So take what I say with a poke in the ass. Boop.
It was not cringe.
What?
So take what I say with a poke in the ass. Boop.
So take what I say with a poke in the ass, boop. And you're expecting people to be on your side on this. So, okay. So when it comes to not respecting boundaries and shit like that, you know, she hits it nail in the fucking head. So not respecting boundaries and a groomer and ugly as fuck. So it's like there's so many fucking struggles that she got. Like, it's crazy as fuck. She treating this like some sort of joke. Exactly.
It was not cringe to have asked your 13+ Discord server for NSFW AI recommendations. It was disgusting. You're an adult. You should not have a connection with an audience of children where you think it acceptable to ask them for anything NSFW related. Get a grip on how to handle your platform. Take what I say with a poke in the ass. You're an asshole.
Jack says it would have been better if my server was 16+, and I will be honest, I don't know about that. You'd prefer if I was talking to 16-year-olds about which bots I can. See, Jack is under.
Yeah, see, so you prefer to talk to someone. That does. But she's incriminating. She is incriminating herself. Oh my god. No way. She thought she cooked with this. She thought she cooked with it. No, you're just incriminating yourself even further. You talk about Jack said, oh, I think it would be better if it was 16+ instead of 13+. And you said you much rather me talking about this with a 6-year-old instead of a like, that's not bad. She's stupid. She is stupid as fuck. She is stupid as fuck.
That 16+ is an appropriate label for sexual content, and I was under that.
But 13 is like. Hello?
Impression 2 for the longest time. I think it's because the animation art community often use 16+ on sexual or suggestive content, and that's the community we grew up with. Realistically, it's still weird. Why even take a chance with the age stuff, honestly? If I ever make another Discord server, it is going to be 18 plus with precautions to prove your age. This shit is annoying.
Let me get this straight. The person who asked a 14-year-old for porn is telling someone else that they have a bad handle on what age is acceptable to ask people for.
Yeah, you just can't write this shit. You can't write this shit.
Okay, I agree that Jack's 16 plus suggestion was also bad. I said as much when I confronted him over this, and he said, I completely understand what you mean with the 16 plus to 18 plus issue, even if I've been really horrible at
Nigga, just make it 18 plus. It's not that fucking... Oh my god. You literally can't write this.
Determining what is appropriate for what audience myself. And I will never feel comfortable with the idea of an adult setting their arbitrary age for people to view their suggestive content at 16 plus. But Synni, you are not the person to be making this argument. I mean, after all, you're the one who thought it was okay to ask your 13 plus server. You're worse.
Jack was upset that I was using an AI bot while he was laying on top of me. I wasn't like myself or anything, but to be honest, I can see why this would upset him. I'm not gonna act like Jack was being irrational by getting upset that
honestly, I wouldn't get worked up on it too, but it's just really dumb how these motherfuckers have platform which has used it to demoralize them into their own fucking gain.
An AI bot when he's trying to spend time with me.
See, it is that easy to actually take a criticism on the chin. Where you're picking your battles and choosing to morally grandstand in this video is hilarious though. Going from, and I'm using the smart language technique here called, changing the entirety of how you phrase what you said to emphasize my point. It's okay for me to draw essay comics of this artist's character, and I can't believe they might still get mad at me after this video. To, yeah, I probably shouldn't have been sending messages to an NSFW chatbot while hanging out with my friend. It's so strange. Since I already know you're watching this video, Synni, I have a question for you. Where do both of these acts lie on your moral compass? According to you, making a minor uncomfortable by drawing essay comics of their character is fine, but messaging an NSFW chatbot around a friend isn't? To me, both of these are weird, and both are a violation of that person's boundaries. It's easy to be consistent on topics like these, but because of how f***ed you are in this situation, you're drawing all these bizarre lines where you are and aren't okay with shit, because you know if you drew the line straight, the entirety of this video would be an admission that you f***ed up.
I don't feel safe here anymore after learning what happened.
I completely understand if my actions have made Jack trust me less, and he doesn't want to support me. I'm annoyed because I did that for him, but I'm not entitled to his presence in my life. I think it's odd that Jack insists that he's in danger to some extent by staying with me. Do you think I'm gonna get you? Do you think I'm gonna hurt you? Genuinely, how are you in danger by staying with me? I've established how what I did wasn't assault. You don't get to revoke your consent.
Wait. Earlier in this video, you called his GoFundMe a scam, and acted like you couldn't understand why he wouldn't want to be in the same house as you. But now, all of a sudden, you can understand why he wouldn't be able to trust you and why he wouldn't want to support you? Then should...
Flip-flopping. Flip-flopping. Like, make up your mind.
Really, it shouldn't be hard at all for you to understand why he wouldn't want to continue living with you. Someone you can't support, and critically, someone you can't trust, is not someone you'd want to share a living space with.
Literally nothing he's done has been in the interest of protecting Enno. And a lot of his behavior has actually put Enno in danger. Not only does he and Sophia not censor Enno's name in their videos like I was trying to do in mine, Jack included Enno in a section in his video, and he leaves in her Discord tag so any random motherfucker can contact them. Anyone! If that's not bad enough, the document that shares our DMs, the one that Jack made Enno make for his video to come out, it doesn't just expose my kinks and fetishes. You're exposing that Enno likes this shit too, because Enno can be seen responding positively to a lot of this. People can use this information to prey on Enno. Enno would have been kept safer if this entire situation was handled privately. Jack! Not only that, but Jack has caused people to attempt to contact Enno's parents, which freaked them the f*** out. None of this is being handled responsibly. Nothing he's doing is helping the supposed victim. I don't think he even really cares, if I'm being completely honest.
Okay, it's good to know that she watched my video. Hi Synni, this is an argument that I haven't seen anyone else make.
This is not even about her taking accountability. Yeah, this is just more so just throwing Birdie under the bus. She's just avoiding any sort of action that she caused and just made this about fucking Birdie. Oh my god, how the friendship has fallen. That's crazy.
Was something I said to Jack in DMs, which led to him removing the victim's Discord from the video in the hours following our conversation.
Yeah.
She's repeated this point in here alongside the previous, which I said to Jack, and now presumes she took from my video too, because she knows that Jack admitted fault.
I wonder if the other people would be mentioned in this evisceration videos, such as Jar, Kumo, the other people involved with Birdie, and most famously SynniBear03 supporter. I don't know who Kumo is, but Just a Robot will be featured in the evisceration video, and also their supporters. Maybe I just gotta talk to their supporters, but you know, just the big three. Yeah, just the big three: Cinny, Jar, and Birdie.
Fault on them, and wants to bolster her smearing of Jack in this video with arguments that he can't refute down the line. People can use this information to prey on the victim. What, like you did? The victim would have been kept safer? You're the one who sent them porn. I'm using that genius writing technique again. Guys!
How long is the evisceration video going to be? So, with the document on both Cinny and Birdie, it's probably going to be more than an hour vote. Maybe like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. With the amount of shit that they have, not gonna lie to you, it might be 2 hours. Might be. I'll be waiting for it. Yeah, I just gotta get out of this phase first. Then, you know, I'll get right on that. Like I said, at least. I know.
Jack doesn't care like I do about the victim I'm being called out for taking advantage of. And that's where I'm gonna leave her video. I don't have much to add to what I didn't include here, and considering she removed this video, it would probably be redundant anyway. After deleting this video, she made a community post that read, I took down my response video, I don't think it's appropriate to leave it up, I don't think I was right to make that video. It was way too soon and I was still processing what I had done, and I was extremely emotional about the situation, so I put my energy into the wrong things. I was too focused on how hurt I was, and I took attention away from the people I had hurt. My priorities have been in the wrong place, and I recognize that. I was too focused on trying to fix everything instead of working on myself and my mental state. I was in no place to make a response video so soon. The people saying I don't care about what I've done or the people I've hurt are wrong. I simply hadn't processed the situation until recently. I realize now that my actions have traumatized people, and I have no way of knowing how my actions will impact them in the future. I genuinely didn't think that what I was doing was hurting them, and the fact I didn't recognize that is definitely a problem I plan on fixing. I have a huge problem with oversharing extremely obscene and grotesque content with people I barely know, one of which being the victim, and that needs to change. I'm in therapy, I'm considering entering a rehabilitation program. I do genuinely want to make sure I don't hurt anyone else with my degeneracy. I don't want to make any more victims. This isn't me trying to come back to my platform, I just want to make my intentions known. I took down my video because it was awful. I'm done blaming other people for where I am. I'm getting help behind the scenes. I think it's good that she removed the video. I think a lot of what she said here is her repeating what she did say previously in her apology video, and it's hard to take her serious the second time she says an apology like this. I still think this is lackluster, but I do think it hopefully shows that she's not planning to return to her platform or continue to make defenses for herself. No one else should either. And I think therapy is a good start. It's always the best place to begin if you're trying to improve as a person. I'm done blaming other people for where I am. I hope so. I hope that this is the last time Cinny points the fingers at other people in hopes they stop looking at her. But that's where I'll call it.
Yeah. And Birdie, still doing that. Fucking Christ.
This video. As said at the start, I have a follow-up on this discussing Just a Robot's involvement with this situation that placed him and other creators' videos, labeling him a spineless YouTuber who throw away anything resembling credibility for a chance at some pussy. Alongside that, I'd also like to talk about the reason why I cut Jar off in the first place 2 years ago. His history of inappropriate comments with those around him, and him chasing me down the halls of VidCon. That's it.
Whoa. Whoa. Jar?
History of inappropriate comments with those around him.
Inappropriate. These motherfuckers are horny, nigga.
And him chasing me down the halls of VidCon.
My nigga, just like, what happened to just talking to them normally? My nigga, like friends. Like,
that's a slight exaggeration, but it was pretty creepy. Alongside what I discovered today while watching another video, that he spotted me and my friend The Right Opinion at a CVS pharmacy and just watched and listened to us, I guess. Genuinely, I think for the next few months, I'm going to be looking over my shoulder worried that someone's watching me. But yeah, I'll leave that there. Thanks for watching.
Fucking Christ. Like I said, Harley and Jar has history. No, I could fucking see that. Alright, still got time. I'm probably gonna try to pause less, but yeah.
Let's talk about... Before I talk about Just a Robot's terrible defense of SynniBear, I feel like I need to mention that I am about as biased as I could be here. I hate Just a Robot, which might be a surprise to some of you who've seen our past content together and may have, rightfully, assumed that we were friends. I did too, until he let me know that we were never friends. This response came after I provided him criticism on a thumbnail he made that drew comparison between disgraced YouTuber Spockter and EDP445. I mean, yeah, Spockter was a bad person. Shocker, I know. But he wasn't meet up with a miner for a cupcake bad. And the Tin Can's only defense for this video was that Hopeless Peaches and Lyle Convoy, two people with impeccable track records, clearly would agree with him. Not to mention that it wasn't just the thumbnail, the actual video itself was just as dogged, with the thumbnail just being some icing on the cupcake. After I found out we were never friends,
Alright, Harley, bro. Alright, you got it.
I cut all contact with him, and thank the Lord, I've only had the displeasure of interacting with him when he's attempted to speak to me at conventions, but that's a subject for later in the video. So, I'll avoid being a complete arsehole here, but for me, this has been a moment that provided more healing than my therapist has ever been able to give. Not to mention that since then, I have been in this man's nightmares.
Sure.
After dealing with this stuff on and off again for 10 years, I actually deal with... I have dreams about working on internet drama videos.
That's funny.
Yes. No, I need to make this video with my best buddy Daft to defeat the coalition of Creepshow Art, Hopeless Peaches, and Harley TBS, and then I realize, wait a second, none of this makes sense, the timeline is all wrong, the alliances are all wrong, and then I wake up and I'm like, oh, it's a dream.
You cannot stop talking about me, even if I'm not involved.
The problem, well, they also leaked the call we had, and then that's when
Who did they leak it to? Who did they leak it to, you know?
I will have to check my DMs, but I think it was like people who like Lin and Harley and people who don't like me.
I don't know if Harley's heard it. I know Lin did, and I did. I don't think Harley did. And that doesn't matter if Harley did or not. You two squashed the beef. That was the important aspect of it, Jar. I'm sorry, but that was.
And is convinced that I'm going to end his career.
Currently, the rumors.
And the tragic way to put the Jar situation is, guess prison mate Luke was right all along. Oh, so prison mate, oh my fuck, I can't read, I'm sorry. Prison mate Luke made a video about Just a Robot. I still can't believe I used to watch this nigga's content, bro. Like I said, I didn't like his commentary just from the way he speaks. Like, he speaks a little slow. I mean, like, I like his design. I would say I like his design, but the way he speaks was just a little annoying. I ain't gonna lie to you. So,
state that Harley is planning to deplatform me, and I'm like,
well, I suppose that last one isn't entirely untrue, but the ironic part is that his worst nightmare would have never come true if he didn't make this video. I never had any intention to make a video about it. Bias out of the way, let's talk about SynniBear03, Just a Robot, and his terrible defense of her explicit conversations with a child. A month ago now, YouTuber SynniBear03, who had over 500,000 subscribers, was called out for and subsequently confessed to sharing conversations and explicit artwork with a 14-year-old up until she was 21 years old. When her apologies fell short of expectations, she switched up and decided to make a video retracting this admission and arguing that what she did should not be the end of her career. I covered that response in part 1 on this situation. Yeah, you're watching part 2 right now. Check the first almost hour-long video on this situation if you'd like all the context before I continue. If you watch that video, I'll still be here when you're done. Anyway, for some reason, when she switched up, a few other YouTubers decided to throw themselves in front of the gun and shield her for whatever reason. One of those creators being...
I'm tired of hearing about City, man. I don't like... Yeah. Unfortunately, I have to keep hearing about City because this is going to be the part of the video.
just a robot. In a now deleted video titled The SynniBear03 Rabbit Hole. This video was an hour-and-a-half long unscripted mess and is where I'd like to start, looking at how bad what he said was before punching out and taking a look at why all this happened in the first place.
Another person in the ArtCC has been outed as a bad person. Gee, that's surprisingly new. In other news, there's gonna be a sunrise tomorrow morning. That being said, this situation might not be as cut and dry as you once thought. Unlike everyone else who rushed out their video on
this motherfucker talks like an advertiser. Like, you see what I mean? I just don't like that type of commentary, bro. This morning, well, that, is it the advertisement? Or is it like a trailer or some shit? I'm gonna just say advertise. This morning on 9 a.m., the car dealership Chevrolet will be delivered to your house, and you'll be receiving $10,000 or some type of shit like that. Top 10 worst. I don't know why people like talk like that. This motherfucker is a goddamn groomer, and you won't believe why. I hear a lot of TikTokers talk like this. It's so fucking stupid. This morning on 9 a.m., the plane hit the World Trade Center. Oh, I'm gonna stop. This week in the block, I'll stop. It's getting annoying.
I actually reached out to her,
sound like some
and
AI
she agreed
voices,
to do an interview with me. Just like with the Pyrocynical drama, the Spockter drama from 2016, and the Hopeless Peaches drama, there is something about the
Wait, who's Hopeless Peaches? Another art community? Wait. Cause that Hopeless Peaches, she sounds familiar. She sounds a little familiar. Hopeless Peaches. I'm not gonna be watching videos covering Hopeless Peaches because I don't really give a fuck. The truth about Hopeless Peaches and the Senate. The downfall of YouTube most toxic community ever. The art community commentary. Hey, I think I'm going to delete my channel. Oh wow, there's a lot on her. Why are there so many weirdos in the art community? I have no fucking idea. Sound like she's toxic. That's all I can get out of that.
Bear situation that didn't feel right. I'll give you two options. You can take the blue pill and just believe the mainstream opinion about Cinny, or you can take the red pill and I can show you just how deep this rabbit hole goes.
I can show how deep this rabbit hole. I hate the way that nigga talks, goddamn. Yeah, she used to be friends with Harry TB Ace until the Senate called thing. Damn, Harley, what type of friends do you have? Harley, what type of fucking friends do you have, my nigga? Like, what the fuck? Oh my, yo, Harley, where you get these motherfuckers from? Like, goddamn Craigslist?
Believe it, Just a Robot has done the impossible.
The creator of
He
that show
researched
is
something that he's
fucking
making
annoying,
a video on? No.
They moved in together around 10 months ago, but unfortunately their friendship didn't last.
I'm
Last
sure he
time
got
I
good
heard
friends
about
now.
two ArtCC people moving in together, it was Kai and Omnia, and yeah, we all know how that turned out.
This man cannot let go of the past. Back in my day when Kai and Omnia go outside.
Ironically, Cinny brought up that she was moving in with Jack at the very end of her Spockter video.
I'm moving out soon. My original plan was to move out in January, but things have changed.
Jesus Christ. Is she a ghost? She's done the interview from beyond the grave. What is this filter?
As they were living with one another, someone made a document accusing Cinny of doing very bad things with minors.
I wonder why people still support her. Yeah, I hear some things about Vizzy Pop. I'm not gonna lie to you. I had to rewatch Has Been Hotel. I'm not gonna lie to you because it's like, yeah, maybe I didn't click on the type of content I consume myself with Has Been Hotel, because I literally thought, you know, it was like a good show in my opinion. But I probably gotta rewatch that shit and Total Drama, because like there's some things that I consume when I could have just, you know, something down the lines of that. Anyways, I don't like Hell of a Boss. Oh yeah, and Hell of a Boss too. Nah, she got Augie RFC, Ponder, Sprocket, Nick Diorio, Dumpy, Technicals, etc. Oh, so he's friends with those people? Alright. Wait, so what do Vizzy Pop do? What did Vizzy Pop do besides being annoying or some shit like that? Cause I heard people stop liking Vizzy Pop mostly due to the fact that the way that she write her shows is like kind of cringe with all the cursing and shit. I gotta rewatch Hell of a Boss, man. I don't know if I even consume all of that. But I'll probably get around that once I'm, you know, out of this.
Jack called Cinny out for this. It made a
think she
video.
got upset over
The video
a fan's comment
absolutely
talking about
blew
Hell of a
up,
Boss's
and
writing.
tons
Really?
of people also made videos on Cinny. I, along with many other people, wouldn't have learned about this situation for a lot longer if Jack didn't make its video. There are 2 docs that compiled all the evidence of what Cinny did. The first one has 111 pages. Sure,
like
it's
this,
long, but it's mostly just screenshots. The most severe allegation in this document was that Cinny was grooming a 14-year-old by sending them inappropriate pictures. Unfortunately, the doc is so long that most people didn't look at it in its entirety, and if they did, they didn't look at it very carefully.
Subtle foreshadowing.
Did you look at the messages between SynniBear and Eno in full?
Admittedly, no. I skimmed through a lot.
Of course you did.
I know that makes me a very big hypocrite, because I was like, oh, people didn't look through this carefully. And I saw some people like looking through it, but like, it was just like, I looked through the first doc pretty carefully, but the first doc just had so much nothing, just like, oh, her character is in a sexy pose. I'm like, okay.
So let me get this straight. You had access. You knew it was available because it was in the reply. SynniBear had put the link to the full logs that was available to you. Before you made this video hardcore defending SynniBear, you didn't even go over the full logs in any way.
I was going to. I was planning to do that. I just didn't expect Kumo to leak my video. I was planning to do, not today, yesterday. I was planning to upload the video today, but before I upload my video, I spend one day like double checking everything, doing extra research. And then he uploaded my video, and then I was like, oh, now I guess I have to do this.
I could go over the proof.
Fucking Christ. Yeah, you are not a good commentary channel, bro. Like terrible planning right there. I'm gonna need to see the comments to judge if it's actually problematic or just criticism. I mean, a comment is a comment. I mean, like, she shouldn't be reacting to that type of shit, to be honest. Like, she could just, you know, just continue her work and keep making money and all this other stuff. I don't know why you worry about somebody's opinion on you or some shit like that. Like, you just continue to do what you do. This is why research is important, Jar. Right? It depends on the comment. I mean, I guess. It was like more than 2 paragraphs too.
In the doc, but the drama seems like it's already over.
And you didn't read it. Actually, remove the and. The only reason is that you didn't read it.
Everybody, including Cinny, seems to be in agreement that she's a groomer. But I think a lot of you want me to be as transparent as possible and go over the 2 really big dogs. I've seen a lot of false information get spread around about this situation, and I want you all to understand exactly what's going on, because let's be honest here, most people aren't going to go through 2 massive dogs.
You literally didn't read them.
Cinny was 20, about to turn 21, so there's no way she's innocent, right? Well, I told myself the same thing, but then I noticed she took down her apology video, and I decided to reach out to her because I just felt so uneasy. And after I interviewed her, which I will play at the end of this video, I realized that Cinny and all of you were lied to. I've gone against the mainstream art commentary community opinion lots of times. I did it in the Peaches drama, the Antunes drama, and
exactly, like, I'm telling you, it's the type of shit that's the reason why I stopped watching his fuck ass video, bro. It's the way that he talks. This is why I stopped watching his fucking videos, man. I just don't like the way he talks, like, my god. When it comes to like commentary channels like Grade A, Under A, and Memulous, like their commentary is just really good. Especially like Grade A, Under A is like really strong, passive type of commentary, and Memulous kind of like jokey, gritty type of commentary. Like those are the type of commentaries I like. It's just odd, bro. I came here to watch a commentary video, not a top 10 video. This is the top 10 worst fast food restaurants in America. Number 1, Burger King. Gotta fucking stop.
And the Toby drama. Granted, the last one didn't go so well for me, but the other 2 went pretty well. I know 100%
I just don't like his
that I'm going to get a lot of
videos,
backlash for making this video, but someone with a sizable audience needs to say something.
I've been in all these dramas, and I've always won. Except that last one. But otherwise, I've always won. You would not believe how often this guy said this shit. His ego is huge.
I went up against Doodle Tones along with about a half a dozen other YouTubers at the same time. She was bigger than me back then, and I still came out on top. I went up against Prisonmate Luke when he was the fastest growing commentator, along with Creepshow.
Prisonmate Luke. It just comes to show, Prisonmate Luke was right all along. Crazy work.
Who had a giant channel of 500,000, as well as a bunch of other people at the same time, and I still came out on top.
See what I mean? There are probably near 100 of these scattered throughout the channel.
Some of you may bring up that Jack and Cinny were best friends, and it would be in denial.
Oh my god, his ego was just fucking Christ, man. Oh, look at me. I came out on top with the I hate motherfuckers with egos, I swear. I stay away from politics channels, which is why I would troll Hassan Piker on Twitter. Yeah. No, Hassanabi is fucking odd. Apparently he got banned. Did he got back on Twitch, or did he got unbanned on Twitch? I still came on top. Like, bro, like, no one fucking cares, Jar. No one fucking cares.
About what their friend did. The thing is, though, Jack is very autistic. Like, I can't be the only one who thinks it's weird that Cinny allegedly groomed a 14-year-old.
Wait. So let me just get this straight. Cinny was groping and touching all over Birdie, and Birdie is very autistic. I just want y'all to keep that in mind, by the way.
And Jack somehow makes it about itself and gets $10,000 in donations. Like, what? How does that work?
No. He got banned. He got banned. He must have talked about when he got unbanned, though. If he's getting unbanned or some shit. Also, I would say fuck Prisonmate Luke to trying to ruin Luke. I'm so sorry, I can't read for shit. Lou's rep and allegedly paying Omni Wrecker and manipulating him to get in contact with Lou's ex and to go after him. That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
If that's the rule from here on out, Professor Dreadlock has been messaging minors inappropriate. Gets $10,000, 14-year-old, and Jack somehow makes it about itself and gets Cinny allegedly groomed a 14-year-old, and Jack somehow makes it about itself and gets $10,000 in donations. Like, what? How does that work? If that's the rule from here on out, Professor Dreadlock has been messaging minors inappropriately. Now give me $10,000, please.
Okay, Jar, obviously you didn't get the fucking context of the video that you're trying to say, but it's like, bro, that's not a really good argument. Oh, look at this person messaging minors, now give me money. Fucking Christ. But Lou's chilling with Vanos again and Luke gone, so it's good. Nice.
Even if you're moving out, you don't need $10,000 unless you live in California or New York or something. In fact, if you live in...
Go back.
to $10,000 unless you live in California or New York or something. In fact, if you live in one of those two states, $10,000 will only cover your rent for a week. But why couldn't Jack just ask for...
No, you don't fucking know shit. You don't know much about Cali. Shut the fuck up. Talk about cover your rent for a week. You have to pay rent in a month, you fucking dumbass. Oh my... Ugh. Obviously, you don't know shit.
I don't know, $2,000 or $3,000 and then get a job. Well, that's because it doesn't work. Yep, Cinny was paying the overwhelming majority of the rent. Jack needed Cinny, but Cinny did not need Jack. Cinny is working a real job, she's making money, and she's paying rent. Jack, for the longest time, was on Social Security until he moved.
Jack is on Social Security because he is disabled. You know that. This is also a point Cinny made in her response video. Jar, do you not realize you're a useful idiot she's puppeteering?
It almost seems like Jack had everything to gain by throwing its friend under the bus.
Yeah! If we ignored that he lost a house, which you're trying to argue he was living in for free, when he can't live with his parents due to alleged past abuse, a big content creator friend who could promote them, someone who has made videos defending them in the
It's not past abuse. She was not abused, she was just making shit up. Apparently, she got abused by her family, but still has contact with them. So he was not abused. I don't know.
Past and more? I'd argue he had more to lose by making this public. Calling her out is not at all worth the risk of being homeless and off benefits, both of which Jack would have been if he had not run the fundraiser, with him still off benefits regardless. He lost everything and had to start again. He'd have been better off not covering the allegations at all.
Jar, the document had all the proof. I mean, look how many pages it had. All that evidence must prove that Cinny's a groomer, right? Well, actually, no. There's not one shred of evidence that Cinny groomed anyone.
What?
There's not one shred of evidence that Cinny groomed anyone.
I know you didn't read the document, but regardless...
Yeah, he even admitted that he didn't even read the fucking document. He just like skimmed through that shit. He was like, oh, okay, let me go through this document real quick. Cindy, okay, she did that shit. We should skip through this. It's about her cat, Squirp, giving it to, Izzy. It's whatever. Man, this is a long ass document. Oh my god. What else? Terrible roommates. Stink like shit. Ugly as fuck. Okay. Gore stuff. Her art style is fucking. It's something like that, bro. This motherfucker's like, oh, she didn't even like groom anybody. It's just like, yeah, like. That's how he read the fucking documents. Like, he just skimmed through, like, all the important ones and just focused on the whole cat situation and her not having any form of fucking curves. I don't know why the fuck were you trying to hit that? Anyways.
Holy I cannot believe you had the confidence to say this in a video you knew was going to be the most dangerous video you've ever made. In the second document, there are screenshots showing that she...
And it's just losing respect for your fucking fan base because it's like... Bro, like, you didn't even read through your fucking doc, so it's like, dog, You know you didn't like read through the fucking docs. So you're just losing respect from your fans because you're just not doing enough fucking research to criticize them. That's what a commentary fucking channel does. And other times they would just react and give their commentate over that shit. But it's like, bro, like if you're gonna cover this type of shit, do fucking research. I did it with the Chozo thing and I did it with the perfection thing. And look at that shit. Look at that shit. Like if you're gonna talk about this type of topic, do research. Do fucking research. Otherwise, you're just gonna lose all the respect from your fans, and you're just gonna lose all the dignity that you have because SynniBear, oh my gosh, she's so hot, and I want to fuck. Like I don't know why would you fuck that in the first place. Like you're like Jar, you look half decent, bro. You look half fucking decent, and you're going with like you just can't write this shit, man. And plus, he had a whole ass fucking girlfriend too, bro. Oh, and witnesses too. Yeah, we were witnesses. But yeah, it was just half decent is crazy. No, I gotta be honest. He looks half decent. He looks half fucking decent. I don't know why he would settle with someone who looks like a fucking truck driver. And talk about, yeah, so I see the guy from like down the street was like mowing the cows and fucking the pigs and something like shit. The motherfucker went oink oink when I Why was that analogy immediately went fucking fuck, oh my god. I'm sorry. He's a 6 to be honest. Yeah, I would say 5.5. No. She's like a 2, but no, I'm talking about Jar, not fucking Cinny. Cinny's a 0, by the way.
Knew the minor was 14 and still sent uncensored essay comics to them. If you spoke to her before making this video, then you could verify that these conversations are real, and if you knew that they are real, then it would be simple to disavow what she did.
Now I want to make this 100% crystal clear. Cinny did 100% speak inappropriately around minors.
What?
There you go. There you go. Now, he said, not one shred of evidence of her grooming. But he said, he admits that she did talk inappropriately to minors. So make up your fucking mind.
This video is actually insane. You cannot possibly think that you can acknowledge that and then defend her in spite of it. Right?
Right.
But know who else did that? Pyro.
Recently, to those who are unaware, I've been accused of grooming a 15-year-old boy when I was 19. That I'm some kind of predator and was aware of his age all along. This is categorically untrue and a complete lie. But a few days ago, a poorly written Google Doc has surfaced claiming that I have lied in my response and I'm 100% guilty. I just want to be clear, I have never lied at any point. This document is disingenuous, manipulative, and it fails to include so much of my original statement. This document makes like insane assumptions based on limited and broken evidence. It's not hard to dismantle it. It's just
it's so fucking crazy to use Pyrocynical as a fucking like example of him apparently talking to he debunked this shit long ago. He has moved past that shit. Yo, Jar, what the fuck are you doing, my dude? Like what He could have just used someone like Mini Lad. He could have used someone like fucking Mini Lad. That's your best Oh my god.
It's annoying that I have to be the one to do it. These conversations never led to any being exchanged. It was just purely fantasy garbage. Something which Ivory himself confirms.
Did he ever ask you for... No.
Several of our conversations were leaked online by Ivory. Here's one of the more damning ones.
I'd love for my Sona to be licking at his fat, sweaty ass while rubbing his belly from behind, and then just having him gas all over my Sona's face. That'd be so nice. Or if mine was just underneath him, getting railed underneath his huge belly, and your Sona could be gassing non-stop as he f***s mine like... Huh? Well, to be honest, I'd pick you up, hug you while... To be honest, I'd pick you up, hug you while rubbing you against my huge, sweaty moobs, then kiss your cheeks, telling you how much I loved you, and then kiss you on the lips and let out a hard, long belch into your mouth.
My brother in Christ, what the fuck did I just hear? Belch in my mouth, nigga, I would
Come on. I mean, yeah, we shared some fat furry art, we had some weird fantasy roleplay, but there was no sexual interest. There were no nudes exchanged, his name, his appearance, it wasn't important to me. He never once disclosed the fact that he was 15 at the time these exchanges commenced. He didn't include his age in his bio until he was 16, but I was not on Twitter between the 28th of December 2016 until the 29th of June 2017, as I was suspended. It would have been a hell of a lot less likely for me to see all but one of these tweets that's been used as evidence in this Google Doc. My Reddit post clearly shows that I was suspended from Twitter at the time that they were made, and that of course leaves the very last one. But like, what are the chances of you catching one specific tweet when you follow hundreds of people? I brought this up in my Reddit post as well, but it's been deliberately left out as some like shit attempt at manipulation.
Wait a second there, Jaw. The Cinny situation and the Pyro situation are completely different. I mean, after all, Pyro didn't know Ivory's age.
I think you need to see the next clip after this one.
When Ivory linked me his Twitter profile, the age in bio says 16. This is something I acknowledged in my Reddit post, but to be fair, I probably didn't elaborate enough on it. In retrospect, I never should have continued the furry stuff with him once I learnt of his age, even though at the time I didn't see it as a problem. If it helps for context, because we're being so open here, I'm straight, IRL, like I have no interest in guys. This is just purely like a weird fantasy, and it does not carry over into the real world whatsoever. Of someone who drew like fan art of my Fox character back in 2016. I then apparently replied to them like jokingly saying not thick enough, and then asking for their age, and they said 15. So when people saw this, they instantly drew parallels to the grooming allegation. I asked them for a thick version, and they drew this, which isn't even really that different from previous things they drew before even getting into contact with me. I didn't commission it. What was drawn wasn't pornographic. They'd drawn very similar stuff before, and there was no roleplay here. It was nothing.
And last I checked, we pretty much all forgave him.
This is... God, this is so sh**. His defense...
Like, Mini Lad was right fucking there, dude.
Depended on the fact that he didn't know the minor's age for most of these conversations. And still, he admitted that he was in the wrong for continuing the conversations after. Regardless, his situation is totally incomparable to this. Let's make this simple. Ja, do you believe it is okay to send porn to a child? If your answer to that is yes, then I would be really concerned. If your answer is no, then why are you defending her? Surely, if we are being reasonable, someone who knew that they were messaging a 14-year-old and still chose to send them NSFW should be deplatformed. Or do you disagree?
Cinny is a coomer, a gooner, but not a groomer.
Cinny is a coomer, a gooner, but not a groomer.
Lakers in 5? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck was that? She may be a coomer. She may be a gooner, but she's not a groomer. Lakers in 5. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, this is getting added because Mini Lad was a much better example than Pyro Facts. Fuck it. Yeah, I would I would have walked out of that bitch too.
Grooming requires intent and a desire to get with someone. Cinny did neither. If you want to get with a 14-year-old, you have to be a pedo.
Again, with the cherry...
What?
Neither.
Grooming requires intent and a desire to get with someone. Cinny did neither. If you want to get with a 14-year-old, you have to be a pedo.
I don't need to read this. Just this part, this part right here, this part right here. I want y'all to look at this part right here. Took me 10 seconds, Jar. It took me 10 fucking seconds. Took me 10 fucking seconds, nigga.
Again with the cherry-picked definition of grooming. Cinny's now deleted a response tried to do this too. To save some time, I'll just replay what I said before. For some reason, she's under the impression that you need to check every box on this specific definition of for you to have done so, as if it's the fair use law. And she would appear to believe that her reaching out to a 14-year-old fan, sending them essay comics that she'd created, and then asking this child to draw NSFW for her was not A, taking advantage of a power dynamic, or B, communicating inappropriately with a child. Let's not mince words here. Even if we decided that she wouldn't meet the definition of she should never be allowed a platform. You sent to a kid, you asked a kid for and you exploited the fact that they were a fan of you to do so. You took advantage of your platform to get from a child. There is no grey area here. There is no scenario which this is a mistake you can come back from. But to prove a point, I'm gonna do the silly commentary thing here where I read a definition of a word. It's defined by the Metropolitan Police to be when a person builds a relationship with a child, young person, or adult who's at risk so that they can abuse them and manipulate them into doing things. You found a vulnerable child and fan who you admit was already isolated at the point you met them, exposed them to sexual content, which I feel would meet the bar for abusing them, and manipulated them into creating pornography for you. In my opinion, that would meet the Met Police's definition.
If you guys are canceling Cinny for this, then why isn't Jack getting any hate? Look at the end of its video on Cinny. His avatar along with her avatar are stripping while being on poles, and this video wasn't age restricted. Oh, so many minors were exposed to this.
But I did call out Jack for this. I even confronted him in DMs, and he admitted that this was a fuck up. This is not a gotcha. Not that pointing the finger at someone else when the spotlight is on you is the right approach regardless.
Yeah, I
Again,
see what you
Cinny made this point in her video, and I called her out because she'd clearly taken the argument from mine.
I saw a lot of people also pointing out that it was weird to include the panty and stocking animation. I kind of agree. It's strange that in the video where you're warning everyone about SynniBear03, the freak.
I'm not a freak, unlike Cinny.
You include an animation of me dancing on a stripper pole and taking off my
The latter here is a reference to the criticism I made towards Jack in my last video, including the animation of yourself and the person you're accusing of predatory behavior in the video you're accusing them of predatory behavior is wholly irresponsible. But Jack responded to this point when I reached out to him. Quote, I had a feeling that it might have come across as tonally insensitive after reading the comments, but I couldn't tell from the get-go because I'm awfully deaf to social cues. With the time crunch, I didn't have time to process anything, so I couldn't think of a better way to display the animation publicly, but I agreed that that's a valid criticism. So congrats, Cinny. This is your first argument that I actually agree with. 17 minutes into the video, and after Jack has already addressed and acknowledged the problem here. It's no surprise that she watched that video though. She's talked about me before in the channel, and
I hate Birdie's style of typing. Oh my god. You literally yeah, she barely capitalized it.
Lily does not like me. I was told this by Chuli, who, while I was working on this video, asked if Cinny had apologized to me for slandering me in her video. I responded in shock, not even knowing she'd made a video about me in the first place. She made a video back when the Senate shit was going on, and messed up there in the same way another creator did too. She delivered a timeline that was entirely wrong, assumed I was in the call for hours without interjecting, assumed I was not on the spectrum, and repeated another creator, who I'll avoid naming here because I feel it's unnecessary to keep dragging them incorrect claims about me verbatim. And
that point any sympathy for her had already gone. She could have just said sorry. The thing about this woman is that she just doesn't get it.
Jumping in a call and being like you're fat or whatever, that doesn't help the argument, right? You only serve to make that person feel like the victim.
Harley? You mean to tell me you've been listening to this call since the fat-shaming portion of this and you said nothing? That was almost 2 hours ago!
I responded to all this in my video on this situation. You're free to watch that for the full context, but just to tackle this now I'm aware of it. No, I was not in the call since the fat shaming. I spoke up minutes after joining the call and was made aware of the fat shaming by Ponda when she brought it up in our DMs. Ponda was there much longer than I was, and I don't think that's a slight against her. This would be a stupid argument regardless, but it's also just wrong.
I'm not even, you know, the one being yelled at, and I feel bad for this person.
Same.
I'm glad you guys are saying your piece and admitting this was wrong, but also you're annoying. Shut up. Where the were you when they were actively bullying Rosa? It feels super inappropriate for you to pop in and just go, same, after all this. I don't think you deserve that. You did not earn that. Omnia points out here that apparently Harley did say something. They just said it to Ponder directly and didn't say it in call. Good for Harley, I guess, but it ended up not being helpful. When did you text this in relation to the call? It says it was sent at 3:51, but I don't know what time the call started. I see Ponder responded pretty quickly after that, so I can assume she entered the call a few minutes after that, or maybe 30 minutes after that, if I'm being generous. Then after listening in for a bit, that's when Ponder speaks up. So assuming it took Ponder no more than an hour to see your text, enter the call, and then listen in long enough to feel the need to interject, that would mean that Harley took at least an hour to say literally anything. Harley may have listened in for longer than that. They said they were here since the fat shaming happened, but that leaves room for them to have listened in for longer without doing anything. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think you have a leg to stand on.
I said this to Ponder when I noticed them in the call, minutes before both of us spoke up. Why would you assume this was hours before Ponder joined the call, unless you were acting in entirely bad faith? I did not say I was there since the fat shaming. That was an assumption you made because you didn't do your due diligence. You can literally see when I joined the call in the recording.
Just can't help but say that I'm sorry.
Sorry. What? What did you do? What'd you do? Come on, Rosa. Come on, girl. Come on. Come on. What did you do, Rosa? Come on.
I already said it to
No, you
Ed's
didn't.
name.
No, you Say it didn't. again. You lying piece of
All right,
garbage.
I have a better question. Are you sorry that you did it, or are you sorry you got caught?
That's too complicated for this
Sorry,
much mouth. But no, I want you to respond to Emmy directly, properly.
That was Leo you just heard? I see.
And what? What
Sorry
did you do?
that I-
Come on, girl. What'd you do?
I already
You don't
told you about the situation.
No, you didn't. You made excuses for it. And this is why I don't think this person should take your apology with any sort of seriousness to it, you worthless idiot.
This is the moment where I joined the
talk your shit
call and immediately start to try and figure out what was actually going on, posting messages in the chat asking what is happening, and then immediately saying that this seems like an incredibly poor way to handle the situation, as I go to Ponder's DMs and I send them a message saying what the f is going on in Senate. Within 3 minutes of joining this call,
No,
I had a
Shane.
conversation.
That wasn't a good argument. Damn. That wasn't, well, huh. Well, fuck. I'm sorry. Lyle and Peaches were literally in the wrong. Oh, okay. Maybe I should have, listened in even further. I mean, you know about the situation more than I do, so, I'll just take your word for it. Baby bunny guts. What the hell are they? I don't know.
With Ponder where we both regarded Senate.
It's even worse username if you play Marvel Rivals. But there's a guy named Shoda Hunter 69, and he called me cute. I feel fucking violated till this day after seeing that. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I want to do like a heavy report on him. But I'll come back on the game whenever the new season drops because I'm not touching that fuck ass game tomorrow. Yeah, Shoda. Yeah. ShodaCon. Yes. Rosa was literally interrupted several times in the call. Oh, okay.
That is a place that we were uncomfortable with because of the bodily insults and other derogatory terms that are used against these people. In that time, the following was said in the call.
Please, this isn't going anywhere.
Oh, no, it's not. That's
If this isn't going anywhere, then I'm just gonna hang up.
No, I mean that's fine. I can get a hold of your mom. I can get a hold of your mom either way. So, do you want me to call her while she's in the middle of going to bed at night, or do you want me to call her early in the morning? Which way is she more likely to hit you?
Please, I don't want my personal life to get in the way.
Around 10 minutes before this point in the call, I'm seen in chat posting that this is pathetic logic in reference to the way people are acting in this call, and mocking the idea that people need to be nice to other people in this call, and criticizing the way Senate is handled. At this point in time, I'm also speaking with Ponder in DMs, and they're bringing up the fact that people were calling Rosa fat in the call and taking issue with it, while I was also taking issue with the use of the R-slur. Following up saying,
they tried to get a response from her, but then they proceed to interrupt her, constantly fat shaming her with no valid reason. That's fucked up.
People I know in this server, like Peaches, often give a very different impression here, and it makes me more abrasive to hanging out with them. I also continued to say, the weird threats about having their mum's phone number is really not that cool too. I can see this shit falling back on a lot of the people involved here later on, and it really won't look good. I also continue by saying I don't even know what's going on here anymore. As far as I can tell, this person is just friends with a predator. Why are we screaming at this person and not them? Why are we threatening to dox this person and now them? Ponder responds saying they have no idea, and I continue saying, this is really concerning. I don't know how people in here get pleasure out of this. I don't know why we have a ton of completely uninvolved people tuning in to get angry.
I need to jump in and
Sorry,
ask
go ahead.
something.
Go ahead.
Admittedly, I haven't been here for very long, so I didn't hear the start of the conversation, but I do need to ask, do you guys actually think that the throwing of insults and blatant, like, I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it, this is bullying.
Okay,
Do you really think that this is helping, or do you think that this is just gonna make Rose feel like she's the victim in this situation? Do you
I don't know, I think
she's
it's
going to
funny.
maybe victimize herself because you are actively bullying her and apparently have been doing it for 4 hours?
Well, we haven't been doing it for 4 hours. Blue actually handled the call
Apparently
for
the
the
call's
past
been
2
going
hours.
on for 4 hours.
The call has, yes.
And
But at this point,
this been going on throughout the whole fucking call?
no.
Because, like, I haven't been listening very long, and I'm really, really disappointed with what I've been hearing. Like, I'm not defending Rosa at all. I don't really know much about what she's done, aside from, like, she was dismissing someone being a predator. But, like, what the prompted all this bullshit?
Do you want an answer to that?
Yes, I want an answer to
Okay.
that.
What prompted this is Rosa not taking it seriously when we have one of the victims of this predator in here telling them exactly what they did, constantly making excuses for why what they did was fine, essentially, telling us that having a couple mean tweets thrown your way is equal to that of being preyed on as a child by a predator because they're equally bad. Going on tangents like that, never taking any accountability for what they're doing or what they are saying, and never being able to answer directly any questions they are being asked.
So, accountability for having bad opinions that you disagree with.
Not bad opinions that I disagree with, more the fact that they let a child predator run loose in their server for 8 months.
It's not my server, it's Rebecca's.
It's a server that you had the ability to ban them in.
Rosa offers to confront Star Giant about not getting rid of Nekopon for her grooming someone, but they wouldn't let her. Oh, no, they literally was just talking about that motherfucker and not letting her talk.
That you've told us about.
No, he is.
Actually, it's not.
About time.
It's not how I run it, it's how Rebecca runs it. She's in charge of the server.
I actually...
You literally...
I want to ask Rosa a question, and I'm sorry if this sounds mean or like if this is offensive, but I do want to ask Rosa, do you have like a learning disability?
I don't know much.
So is that a yes or a no?
I think that answered that.
I just often keep things to myself as a secret.
Oh, privacy, right? Understandable.
I don't see how that answers my question, but all right.
But
I
still didn't answer
just
the
don't
question.
really understand how the constant bullying and insult, like blatant insult, like ad hominem insulting, is productive in any fucking fashion. How is that helping? It literally just sounds like a bunch of you are victims, and you are venting your frustration at someone who is completely unrelated to how you were victimized. Yes, I understand the one kid does have a reason to be upset with Rose if Rose had the ability to remove the person, but so far I haven't, like, it hasn't really been expressed that she actively had the ability, and it's just like, she was a moderator in a Discord server? Like, did she have permission to remove people from groups?
Yeah, she
was
did
also
from
in
a previous.
But no,
Yeah.
I'm saying, does she have
wasn't a
permission to do
moderator or
things
such.
on her own without, like, prompting or input from the server owner? Because when I was running a server, you couldn't just kick people from my server. You had to run it by me first.
She also said the grooming wasn't really a big deal, so I think that's also what people are upset
how much
about.
do they know about the grooming? For all
They
we know,
knew.
it's ignorance.
They've seen the evidence.
They literally saw the evidence for it, and they decided instead to go after somebody else that apparently just lied about them instead of the actual predator in their server. And this is something that also Star Giant has brought up, who is the person who owned the server.
Okay, but how do you know that it was proven to Rosa that they were a predator? Like,
Because I've seen the information. Go ahead.
Lyle, I've seen videos where people try to prove that someone's a predator and it doesn't get across. How do you know that it was proven to Rosa that this person was a predator and she believed and knew that?
Literally.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was literally going to say that we've seen literally everything that was sent to Rosa.
That doesn't prove that she acknowledges it as being true. I've been sent bullshit before that I didn't believe. What proof is there that Rosa believed that they were a predator and actively chose not to do anything about it?
Because when we had the initial call with her on Techno's channel, this is before I even knew this person was involved in it, it was brought to my attention that she was part of that server, and the moment I brought up Necopon, she admitted that she knew what this person had done and did not immediately ban them.
Okay, thank you. But that my point still stands. Do you honestly think that all of the ad hominems and active bullying, because that is what this is helping the situation?
Yeah, I can't help but agree with
Do you
Ponda.
think that maybe Rosa's just going to view this experience as a means of victimizing herself because you are all actively bullying her, so turning her into a victim in her own mind? You really think that's helping?
This is the part of the call where Ponda and I joined the conversation, with Ponda leading the conversation and introducing the issue to Lio and the other parties. As you can tell, I am a very anxious person. I don't do well in confrontations like this. I don't do well in debates. I don't do well at trying to deal with a situation I have no context of in a VC with 100 people at 4 AM. For reference, I tend to shake pretty much uncontrollably when I'm dealing with situations like this, and while I don't really speak about my own mental health on the channel often, and obviously I play out my persona, which isn't actually how I am in real life, shocker, I don't think this information is surprising, and people like Lio, Peaches, Omnia, etc. already know about this. So what you see in the following clips is my not-so-subtle attempt to de-escalate the situation and try and stop what was immediate discrimination and harassment towards a less able person, while letting Ponda lead the conversation as I believe they are more eloquently spoken than I and can articulate the point better than I could. And the last time I had a run-in with Lio, it was because one of my mods was dragged into a Senate call and verbally berated by parties of Senate, including the content creators at the top, until they cried and had a mental breakdown. I don't have a great impression of this server, and I was under the impression that if I spoke up, Lio would immediately try and group me in with this person and make it worse, which is why I chose to start talking in the chat, and which is why I went to Ponda, because I planned instead to respond to this call retroactively, after it had finished and after I had time to digest, listen to the full call, and give my thoughts, which I have done to Lio in the past when it comes to situations like Spocters.
And even then, I don't really think it reflects well on anyone.
Just let me know if it's too fast. I'll go back to normal speed as soon as we get back to the Just a Robot shit.
In here, when we have a person on the spectrum, and then there's a bunch of people calling them.
Hold on.
Like, it doesn't look good, right?
Doesn't look good? You're worried about how this looks? It's not good. It's bad. It's really bad. Also, Harley, I don't know whether or not you're on the spectrum. I don't know who you are, but is a slur. And if you aren't able to reclaim it, I'd prefer if you just refer to it as the R slur. You don't have to repeat it.
I shouldn't have used the word here. I was quoting Coyote Lovely in criticism of his use of the slur, and I only did so because I thought I wouldn't be taken seriously by this group of people if I did not. But I would say I am neurodivergent. The other creator knew that I was seeking a diagnosis when they made this point, and to be honest, it should probably be obvious at a cursory glance. It doesn't look good was another effort from me to meet these people at a level where I felt it could provoke change and stop them from hurling their at the victim, and it seemed to be effective as it led to Coyote Lovely apologizing for hurling the R-slur at the victim. I have apologized for this. It was over a year and a half ago, and I don't think it's reflective of how I would handle this situation now.
Let me go ahead and start talking now, since apparently everybody wants to concerning this. So, a few things here, specifically to Harley, and that was Scritus, I think. I know you guys aren't here very often, but I want to explain something about how this room works. If you take issue with what somebody is doing, voice it. You should not have taken Ponder coming in here and being louder to get my attention to let me know that you two also don't have an issue with this. If you
I
take
only
issue,
tuned into
you
the
can speak up.
conversation because I was listening for a little bit and it kept getting a lot worse as the call went on.
Going forward, if that happens again and you're worried about speaking out because of XYZ, my DMs are open. This is a server where you can beef with people if you want to, and you can talk it out. Don't do cloak and dagger here, and if you're worried about your opinion coming out there,
Don't do cloak and dagger here. What does that mean?
For the most part.
I agree. It shouldn't have taken Ponder to shut everyone up. Harley especially. Y'all could have spoken up at any time and chose to wait. But Lio, I feel like you should know better. I feel like you should know better than to bring someone's mother into a drama, call them slurs, call them a dumpster, among other things. You are 40. You should know better.
He's 40 on this brother, don't you have a family? Crazy how Lio Convoy went from doing this to watching a space video on the birdie call with Izzy. Yeah, wild. The nigga is y'all niggas need to have a family.
You should have reeled everyone in a lot sooner and not fed into this disgusting behavior. But I'm glad we at least know yours and Peach's true colors. Now we know that underneath your heroic, cutesy, wholesome facade, you are hiding malice and hatred.
I spoke up seconds after Ponder. She told me she only spoke up because I messaged her about it. And I think criticizing people for not being the first to speak up in front of an audience of hundreds of people because they're at
yeah, but subs doesn't really subsequently does it with the view counts. Is it Lio Convoy? I think it's Lio Convoy. Yeah. Is this the wrong Lio Convoy? Fuck, I can't speak. Lion Convoy, or is this the guy's channel? Wait, what the fuck? So he went from having 1.9, 2.8 to having 19,000 views, to 3,000, 1.6 to having 30,000 views, and 26,000. Like his viewer count. Nope, same guy. Lio Con. The most deranged furry predator hunter. I think because he uploads frequently. Yeah, that could be it. YouTube's most depraved commentary channel. And he's still making content. Lion, dachshund threats. I see. Alright.
Content creator is a terrible argument to make and ignorant to those people's own mental health. Just because someone is a public figure doesn't mean they're perfect, don't have their own mental struggles, or find it easy to speak up in front of an audience of hundreds that disagree with them on something. I wouldn't blame anybody in a similar situation for not speaking up. It's hard. Really fucking hard. Synni did apologize for this though in a pinned comment, which I do not feel is enough because the video is still on the channel. But regardless, quote, a lot of people were criticizing me for the section on Harley TBS. I only saw their video after mine was uploaded and oops, I was wrong. I was way too harsh on them and thought that they did a lot less than they actually did. I'm sorry.
Also, since the Senate is a server where you can beef with people freely, you could have took on perfection there. Yeah, but the problem is that he would much rather just have yes men in his crew. So there was, I don't think I could have perfection on there, because he would want yes men in his shit. So that's the reason why he wanted me to be in his server, where he can have people just sucking his dick and shit. You know, that's So I don't think perfection would be in that server.
To watch their video on the situation too. I'm glad she apologized, even if I wish she removed what she said about me entirely from the video, if she wasn't going to do a follow-up, but I don't hold any grudge against her for this. I will admit though, it has been hilarious watching someone who just admitted in their own words to grooming a minor spout nonsense talking points about me. Put yourself in my I've made 2 videos calling out an alleged predator, and then I find out they have a video with 300,000 viewers on their channel accusing me of all of this. I wouldn't have addressed this here otherwise, but I feel not including this could be obscuring external context on this situation, which would influence any commentary I have on her. I don't want there to be a conflict of interest here that isn't discussed within the video. So I feel it's important to bring it up and tackle it head on. This is all so unreal. Almost on the same level as finding out that Jar was behind me in a CVS pharmacy when I was with my friend James, and I didn't even know about it until I watched one of the calls covered in this video that he'd done about this a week ago. I found this out 2 years after it happened.
I wasn't looking for them. Like, I wasn't looking for Mal or the others. Like, I swear, first person I saw at VidCon was Harley. I think they were in a CVS pharmacy with possibly the right opinion. My roommate can confirm this for me. My roommate can. And I was just like, I don't want to interact with Harley. Like, Harley and the others are upset with me. I don't want to interact with them right now.
This is actually terrifying, if I'm honest with you. To know he was meters behind me and I didn't know. I made a joke of it in the last video, but to be honest, my paranoia about this has only continued to grow. Genuinely, what the
fucking
But then you have things that are a little bit worse, like her saying to a 13-year-old that she's looking for a not safe for work chatbot to talk to because she's horny. Maybe this is just me, but I don't think you need to be telling 15, 14, and 13-year-olds that you're horny.
She didn't send this to a 13-year-old. He messed up. This was posted in a 13+ Discord server. The issue is, you shouldn't ask children or fans for NSFW. This should be an easy point to make. How did you f*** this up?
However, when you consider the fact that neither I nor the 14-year-old believe that Synni is a pedo, then you have to ask yourself, how is this grooming? If you're not trying to get with someone, you're not grooming them. If you want to hate on Synni for this, that's fine.
I had to pull up the fucking definition again. God damn it.
Believe that Synni is a pedo, then you have to ask yourself, how is this grooming? If you're not trying to get with someone, you're not grooming them. If you want to hate on Synni for this, that's fine, but she's not a pedo. Now I know what some of you are gonna say.
Well, we're not saying she groomed a 14-year-old to get with them. She just groomed a 14-year-old to be more comfortable with conversations like this so she could coom.
How is Jar considered a credible source of information on allocations like these?
Don't get me wrong, I thought that at first, but it turns out that the minor was the one being inappropriate first, and she kept on pestering.
That doesn't mean shit!
Synni to talk about stuff like this. It's also important to note that this minor was a fan of Synni's content that includes Scootaloo being in very suggestive outfits, which Synni also made when she
wait.
Includes Scootaloo being in.
I thought that was gone. I thought that was gone, Freeze. I thought that was gone. Oh my god, he already had enough from Hisoka being a freak ass nigga. I thought that was fucking gone.
In very suggestive outfits, which Synni also made when she was.
It's just kind of crazy how Just a Robot said, "Oh, but the minor like responded inappropriately to like first." It was just like block him. Easy. Block them.
14. Yes, Synni should not have engaged with this minor. She was the adult in this situation, and what she did was incredibly irresponsible. It also makes her look really sus.
Then don't respond. If a child is being inappropriate in your conversation, stop talking to them. It's not that hard to not share explicit conversations with a child. She was the adult. She had all the power here, and she should know better. This is not sus, and I don't know why we are using such particular language to walk around calling this what it is.
Synni knew the minor's age. She asked early in the convo. Sure, she could have forgotten this person's age. I talk to a lot of people myself, and it's hard to keep track of stuff like this sometimes. But she acknowledged that this person was young a few more times.
You do not lose track of the age of someone that you are sharing NSFW with. You either know they're an adult, or you know they're a child. If they're a child, you should know that you shouldn't send them an SFW. She asked, she got the answer,
How
she
is
knew.
this hard?
You
I
are a
don't even
grown
know.
man, Jar. What reason do you have to defend her doing this?
Then they started to talk about, not safe for work stuff. But none of the not safe for work topics they went over were nearly half as bad as some people made them out to be. Like, some of this quote-unquote not safe for work stuff includes lyrics from the song, I like big butts and I cannot lie. I heard that in the Shark Tale movie.
Jar, you know these are not the conversations people have an issue with. You're being dishonest. There is no other way to describe what you just did. You control the structure of this video. You chose to put her messages in an order so that
Just
the
as
first
simple as that,
conversation
Volt.
shown in this video isn't the one where she sent them an SFW, but a conversation about some song lyrics.
But what about the inappropriate pictures, like her sitting on a pile of sand corpses while hugging boy? Is hugging now or something?
Again, you know better than to pretend that this is what people have an issue with. Did you think the average viewer was ignorant enough that they would not check you on this?
Pictures of her in boy and bunny outfits. Woo, so scandalous.
1. Why was this...
I mean, it kinda is. The boy in question is a minor, so it kinda is. Like, this nigga is so fucking... Bro, Cinny is not gonna let you fuck. This truck driver looking motherfucker is not gonna let you fuck. I am telling you this right now. She is not going to let you hit, buddy. This shit right here. This meth lord motherfucker over here, not gonna let you hit, bro. She is not gonna let you hit, buddy. Just stop. Just stop.
Pictures of her in boy and bunny outfits. Woo, so scandalous.
1. Why was this not the first image shown here?
What the fuck about? I don't even know. Knowing her, she would, because she's desperate for a boyfriend. Wild. I don't even know why he's attracted to her. Even knowing that he has a whole ass girlfriend.
2. Yeah, it's strange to send an image like that to a kid.
For those of you who do not know what softcore corn is, think of it like the sexy jutsu from Naruto. Sure, it's a bit risque, but under the law it would not be considered hardcore corn. This kept on escalating until Cinny, she sent the same not safe for work essaying comic to this minor, and requested this minor to draw even more corn of the character of Boy and Nightmare Sans. From the censoring job, it looks like a few parts of this comic would have been legally classified as hardcore corn.
Yes, this is hardcore corn, as you call it. And she chose to send this to a 14-year-old.
Yeah,
you have established
comic.
that all that was claimed is true. This isn't some misunderstood victim that you are defending. It is someone who was called out for what they did and admitted to every single claim.
The absolute worst thing Cinny sent was this picture of Boy fingering her avatar. However, it should be noted that the doc maker was not the one who censored this out. It was actually Cinny herself. When I first saw this, I thought, yeah, Cinny's guilty. But when I found out that she censored the worst parts of this comic herself, it made her look far less guilty than I was previously led to believe.
What?
What the oh my, no, this nigga can't be real. This nigga can't be real. Oh my god. This nigga can't be real. This nigga can't be fucking real. Are you fucking serious? Oh, hell no, bro. Just a robot. I'm cooking your shit, bro. I'm cooking your shit. My nigga, you're telling me that Cinny getting fingered by the boy was making her guilty, but when he censored the gross part, it made her look even less guilty. Not the picture, the censoring. The censoring made her less guilty. Ah, boy. This nigga is stupid as fuck. I gotta stop putting my earphones near the fan, bro. Shit's making my earphones hot.
Why does that make her look less guilty to you? She still sent them, albeit censored, artwork of her being fingered. This isn't like she'd censored it for a video. She chose to send this to a child's private messages. It's still bad.
I agree that what Cinny did was wrong. I agree she was being irresponsible. But I do not think that Cinny is a groomer, a pedo, a child predator, or anything like that.
This is a question for you, Ja. Do you think she should still have a platform? Do you think someone who, knowing a child's age, would still choose to send them a drawing of a character being essayed should have a massive platform in a younger space where she could do this again? I would love to hear your answer to that.
Did Cinny really say she was going to kill Jack? Well, yes, but there's some much needed context that you are missing. First of all, it's sad that people are flipping out over this and taking it so seriously. People have said they're going to kill me on Xbox Live lots of times, and I've done the same. Me and my roommate jokingly say we are going to kill one another all the time.
That's not something to be joking about. And I've heard stories that, you know, they made jokes about killing each other and shit, and they end up killing each other. Why would you joke about that? Like I had friends before, and we never joked about killing each other. I had a few acquaintances that said that they was gonna jokingly kill me, but they were just acquaintances, not just friends. Do y'all have friends and y'all just jokingly saying about killing each other? Like what? That's not something to be fucking. If they say that they're gonna kill you, some shit like jokingly, stay the fuck away from them. Like that's not something to be. Like that's. Oh my god, dude.
This is clearly not the same scenario, though. Crashing out over a Call of Duty match or joking with your housemate is one thing. Being called out for heinous allegations largely by someone you live with and then threatening to kill them is another.
Oh no, she said she would kill Jack because it was accusing her of SAing, because it rescinded its consent, which is something you can't do. Kind of seems weird that Jack rescinded his consent at the absolute perfect time. Sorry, but if you give me or anyone consent, you can't just take it away months later. You can give your consent when something is happening or about to happen, but not months after the fact.
Why are we pointing fingers here instead of addressing what she did? If she threatened to kill him, that should be your focus.
I can't believe I have to explain this, but apparently I did. Also, me and my roommate touch one another's asses all the time. It's a form of bonding with guys. If Professor Dreadlock decided to take away his consent months after the fact and painted me as a groomer, I would put him 6 feet under.
I just have no fucking words. That has to be the worst response I've ever heard in my life. Fucking Christ.
What is this argument? Your own boundaries with a friend are entirely different from other people's. Nobody has a right to touch you because other people have their own feelings on it. How you would feel about something like this could change depending on the person, where you are, what you're wearing, or due to a million different reasons. You should know this.
Also before this, Cinny was going over the stuff of her roommate painting her as a groomer. The second screenshot, the one about the gun, was sent after Jack moved out of the house.
Jack made a Twitter thread saying he has more info on me, is making a second video on me. He said he was talking to my friends and coworkers all day and is now staying with my coworkers, I think, but I don't know which ones. He said he's stealing my friends, and he said, live and suffer SynniBear03. After I saw Jack's Twitter thread, I had to leave work early. I bought a knife, pepper spray, and a crowbar to protect myself. I'm thinking about buying a gun too. I screamed at Izzy over the phone when she was trying to comfort me, but I was convinced someone was in my apartment and they were going to kill me as soon as I entered the place. I parked in a neighborhood 30 minutes away from 30 minutes away from where I live. And Izzy went to my apartment to check all the rooms with Jade. I thought someone was there and would kill her, thinking she was me, and I was so scared to try calling her again. Everything was cleared, though. I came home and checked all my rooms for myself, my pepper spray in hand. I broke down crying once I saw Stupid. Stupid is the name of the cat, and I slept in my room. I do not blame Cinny for wanting to buy a gun to defend herself when all the internet is, like, wanting her dead, and, like, she's being actively doxxed, and
I don't
people
think this is
are
Birdie.
advocating to kill her.
This was during a time Cinny was getting death threats,
I don't know.
and also dealing with people calling her boss, showing that they know where she works, therefore they probably know where she lives. She just brought up that she was getting a gun to defend herself, and that's it. Sorry, but how did you guys fall for this?
Of course, this is important context to the death threat, and I don't entirely know the truth of it, but regardless, Jar's defense of her prior to this was so awfully illogical.
Jack thought Cinny was a threat to children, so why didn't they call the cops? If I thought Dredd was a threat
That's
to
one of
kids,
Cindy's
you can
defenders?
bet your shiny metal ass I would call 911. I guess asking for money was more important than protecting children.
I still believe that the police should be contacted. I don't know if Jack did contact them, and if he did not, then I can understand some criticism, but I can also understand that something like this is heavy, and it is hard to carry all that weight while moving out of a place and having the concern of being homeless because your housemate admitted to grooming a minor.
Much like Hopeless Peaches, Cindy rushed her response to everything, and it was not a good response at all. It did change a few minds, but for the most part, it increased the backlash she got. This response would have worked if she made it without apologizing beforehand, and before Jack made its video. But at this point, the mob is too riled up to listen to her. She needed to treat this like how Pyro treated his video, or how Peaches handled her second video, but she made it as if it was just another video, and that's not a good thing. When you hear the call with me and her, you will see that she did not take my advice on how to go about this. She thought she didn't have to go over the doc because other people didn't go over it, but the thing is, this is the internet, not a court of law. On the internet, it's guilty until proven innocent. Also, monetizing the video and uploading it at 5 AM was not a smart move. That being said, the amount of people commenting that they will not watch the video is dumb. If you are too scared to watch it, then you don't fully believe in what you are saying.
Watching a response video that was received so negatively that it was removed from the platform, where the person in said response is calling out another person for making a response video that was received so negatively it was removed from the platform, is ironic as all hell. I agree with him somewhat here though. Monetizing a video where you respond to predator allegations is a call I cannot believe she made, and has me wondering how she ever thought this was going to go over well. A total lack of understanding on where the audience is with you and what would influence them to respond in a negative way.
One thing that really shocked me about this whole drama is the amount of people treating this like it's Cinny versus Jack, but they seem to forget about Eno. I think they are left out because they aren't a public figure, so most people just don't care about them. Let's be honest here, Jack made the video about itself, not the minor. The minor got nothing, and Jack got over $10,000. People are saying poor Jack a lot more than poor Eno. Guys, Jack is a person with autism and BPD, and they grew up getting bashed by the entire internet, which more than likely had an effect on its development. Oh, and also they go by it pronouns, which is not a normal thing, even by trans standards. I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say that it's best not to take it at its word and give it over $10,000 in 3 days. By the way, I'm going off topic for this, but if anyone is going to try to make the allegation that I'm simping for Cinny, I'm not...
Oh, shit. Let's go back.
For this, but if anyone is going to try to make the allegation that I'm simping for Cinny,
Go back.
Going off topic for this, but if anyone is going to try to make the allegation that I'm simping for Cinny...
Go back.
Going off topic for this, but if anyone is going to try to make the allegation that I'm simping for Cinny...
One more time.
Going off topic for this, but if anyone is going to try to make the allegation that I'm simping for Cinny...
I watched another video about this Just a Robot shit defending SynniBear. And there was a call where this nigga was deliberately simping for Cinny. You just can't write this.
I'm not the one giving people $10,000. Giving money to people is closer to simp behavior than not giving them any money at all.
You know what, Ja? You're somewhat right. You aren't simping for her in the same way that Jack supporters simped for him by donating money to help him out of a living space with the press. You're simping for her in a way where you make an hour-and-a-half-long video defending her from allegations while syncing your own platform. What you're doing is much more embarrassing.
After looking over everything in more depth than 99% of people talking about this, I can safely say that this drama was blown up to a level that it had no business getting to. I love how people would try to debunk me on Twitter by sending me the doc they didn't read. I think the irony was lost on them.
Fucking Christ.
The commentary community's coverage of this entire drama was absolutely gross. You guys really need to stop spreading what is currently the popular opinion without looking into things deeper. Face the—
And you didn't looking into this deeper. So what does that say about you, Jar?
The fact, Cinny already quote-unquote admitted to it. You weren't making videos on her to spread the word around, you were just doing it to get a quick buck. You weren't concerned about the safety of minors, you were concerned about getting clout. You guys should have learned your lesson from the Peaches drama, the Spoctor drama, the Dream and John Swan drama, the Pyrocynical drama, and more. But you people keep making the same mistake of jumping on a bandwagon too fast over and over again. I do believe Cinny did bad things. She needed to be called out for them, but she did not groom anyone, and she's not a pedo. If
You are in no room to talk about who should not be making commentaries and who should not, and who should be. Let me reiterate. You are not in a fucking room to talk about who they should be making a video on and who they should not be making a video on. When you didn't even read through the fucking docs, you didn't do fucking research, you just blindly made a video defending SynniBear on all of this shit, and you even contradict yourself like a couple fucking times. So you are in no fucking room or in any sort of position to tell any of the commentary motherfuckers to not make videos or jump the bandwagon for fucking clout. When first of all, that's not even, some of it is kind of true, but it's like I said, you're not in the fucking room to talk about this type of shit when you don't even do fucking research your own damn self. Like I said, it took me 10 seconds to it took me 10 fucking seconds to pull up a definition of on what a grooming is, or what grooming is. You didn't even do that much, so shut the fuck up.
If you guys seriously believe that Cinny sent a minor, then you would also be at fault for linking the doc with a quote-unquote self. If you did not age restrict your video, then so many minors had
Hold on, my stomach is fucked up. I need to get some water. I need to go back to eating carbs. Fuck. Those things actually help. I don't know why I keep eating junk food. Seriously, need to be out of this fuck ass phase. I ain't gonna lie to you.
access to the quote-unquote.
Except the document was censored. As you mentioned prior in this video, those who linked the document were providing relevant sources for the video, not showing indecent content to a minor or sending indecent content direct to a child, like SynniBear.
I've checked multiple different definitions for grooming. What Cinny did doesn't fit any of them.
Oh my god, just a robot. Oh, you're a fucking idiot. It literally states what the fuck grooming is. Dumbass nigga, bro.
Sure, what she did is what a lot of groomers do when they start grooming, but they tend to escalate things, and she didn't escalate things for 6 months. Or, who knows, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I don't actually know what grooming is.
There you
I
go.
know the RCC is more than likely going to try to use this video against me. They are going to paint me as someone who is okay with degenerate stuff being shown to kids, or that I'm defending a groomer.
You do not know what you're talking about. You don't know what grooming is. I am going to use this video against you. You are defending a self-admitted groomer. The punishment she deserves is to not be able to access that same audience she took advantage of before. She does not deserve to return to her platform.
Now, if you are one of the people who made a video on Synni, and you disagree with things I'm saying in this video, then let's have a debate. It just seems a little strange to me to make a video on someone without reaching out to them. Oh wait, you guys already did that. I, along with Kumo, were the only two who reached out. I know a lot of people won't watch this video, so if you are going to disagree with me, please put hashtag pineapple soda in.
This nigga can't even spell. Wait, pineapple? This nigga can't even spell pineapple. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. This nigga can't spell pineapple. This nigga can't spell pineapple. This nigga can't spell pineapple. It's pineapple. Oh shit, this nigga can't spell pineapples. Use hashtag pineapple soda. Fucking Christ. Bet. Cosane, go. I will. Hopefully.
In your comment. All one word, by the way. If you don't, then I know you were too scared to have your opinion challenged. I've made videos on predators before, and I've uploaded more than one video bashing cuties. I've won almost every single drama I've been in, even when I was on the losing side. I'm sure people are gonna say I'm reviving the drama, or that I'm doing this for money or something. But even if that is true...
Spray bottle Slater. Wow.
It doesn't debunk anything I'm saying.
This is not true. I did send a message out to her before I released my video, though I'll never know if she saw it because she didn't respond. I would assume she did, and chose not to take me up on the offer of running some questions past her, based on the fact she's aware of who I am and has spoken about me on the channel before, but I can't prove that. I am not going to debate you on this. You are wrong, and no amount of pressure you put on a critic is going to change that. You've always been the guy to debate people and then bring them into a situation where you have an audience that agrees with you or have a mediator who's on your side. I don't need a debate to know that this video is a piece of shit. Neither does the audience. Hashtag pineapple soda.
I've made videos...
No, it's pineapple. No. He spelled it wrong. It's pineapple soda.
On predators before, and I've uploaded more than one video bashing cuties. I've won almost every single drama I've been in, even when I was on the losing...
The ego in this mother... Like, bro, like, yeah, no. Just a robot. You're getting fucking cooked, dude. I'm going to cook your shit once I'm out of this phase, bro. And I'm gonna use that point where you said, "Oh, I know people is gonna take this video and da da da." Yeah, I'm gonna take this fucking video and da da da.
Side. I'm sure people are gonna say I'm reviving the drama, or that I'm doing this for money or something. But even if that is true, it doesn't debunk anything I'm saying. People will more than likely bring up the Toby drama, but last time I checked, every single video covering my Toby video is gone. Every last one of them. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little scared of the backlash I'll get from uploading this video.
Well, at least you admit that you were wrong in this fucking video. At least you admit it. Ain't that about a bitch?
Both my roommate and my girlfriend try to talk me out of uploading it. They think I'm right, but they don't want to see me fight for so long and so hard like I did.
It's hard to believe this nigga has a girlfriend, by the way.
From uploading this video. Both my roommate and my girlfriend try to talk me out of uploading it. They think I'm right, but they don't want to see me fight for so long and so hard like I did in the Peaches drama.
So your roommate and your girlfriend tells you not to upload this video, yet you did it anyways. It sounds like you got good people out here that's just telling you not to do this shit so that you don't embarrass your fucking self. But you did it anyways. You fucking dumbass. If you got a girlfriend, why are you simping for Cinny? I want to see what his girlfriend looks like. I bet his girlfriend is good, decent, at least decent looking. Because if you're over here simping for Cinny over somebody who's your girlfriend, who's actually decent and have curvatures, then buddy, you can have Cinny.
There it is. I've won almost every single drama I've been in. I told you we can't stop saying it. This is BS, and this drama shows it, but that's obvious. He's under the impression that because he made videos on drama that his audience was already decided on, after some other creators had come out with a video expressing the opinion that he goes on to regurgitate in his video that he's won the drama. That is not the case.
By the way, Peaches is someone that became a bad person after everything I did for them.
After everything I did for them. This guy is so weird.
Okay, so first thing I want to ask you, how are you feeling right now?
Oh boy, here's this is the clip I saw when him like simping for Cinny. Here we go.
Kind of dead inside.
That sounds about right. Like, you seem like you've been through quite a bit of a roller coaster lately.
Mm-hmm.
So, here's my first question, if you don't mind if I begin. Do you mind if I begin?
Am I being recorded?
Actually, sure, I'll ask that. Would you be okay if I record you?
I guess it should be fine.
Okay, so for my first question is, did you actually, like, look at the docs at all?
The first one, yes. The second one, I didn't get a chance to. It was made, so that Jack could upload his video, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, okay,
I'm pretty sure
I'm
pretty
on.
sure it came out the same day as me making my... Like, the one that, NO made, I'm pretty sure was made on the exact same day that I recorded my apology video.
And NO is the 14-year-old, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's my first question. I looked at the first doc. Like, I desperately looked all over the first doc. I don't see any grooming going.
Stupid.
Oh yeah. Like, Cinny had her avatar in actual poses, and I was like, yeah. Have you not seen Naruto or any PG-13 anime?
This is unbearable to listen to,
God
especially because he hasn't even looked through the documents while saying all of this. Her, knowing what she'd sent to the victim, must have been so confused when he said this.
Oh my God.
No, I think a lot of that document was just complete horseshit. Honestly, there were, of course, there were like some things that I do think were problems, like the actual issues, but a lot of it was just bullshit.
Yeah, like I was looking at that and I was like, this is so much nothing. Like, okay, sure, there's some stuff in here, but like 90% of it was just nothing. Like you saying, oh, this fan art someone made for me is sexy. It's like, oh no, that she said sexy. I heard the word sexy in a Shrek movie when I was a kid. Like, oh no.
I know it's been said before, but it's obvious he entered this call with his mind made up. And I feel like because of that, not much will come from this. He's defending her in his questions, doing the work for her so she doesn't have to say much.
Have you ever dated a woman?
When I was 14.
Of course you did.
What?
And I ended up breaking up with my girlfriend when I was 16 because I realized I didn't love her like that, because I realized I don't like women like that.
You were just a bit bi-curious, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, once I kissed an Italian guy, but that's not important right now.
What the fuck?
What you did?
Oh my God.
It was bad. Very
Yeah.
bad. If you You better thank your vagina. If you had
Nigga, shut the fuck up. You better thank your vagina. Oh my god, this is so bad. This is so fucking bad. I fucking can't. You better. How the fuck did this nigga got a girlfriend in the first place? Hey babe, you better thank your vagina. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What the fuck? I didn't even hear it the first time. Oh god. You better thank you. That is to be the funniest shit. How did this nigga got a girlfriend in the first place? You better thank your vagina. I gotta stop. I gotta continue, bro. This shit is about all. How does this nigga has a girlfriend? God damn it, bro. This is so stupid.
PP, you would be. Oh man, it would not be good for you.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up.
You had a PP.
Aw, man.
This nigga is in his 30s saying pee-pee. Oh my god. Oh, this is too fucking dumb. Oh my god. Oh man. He has to be in his 30s, man. He has to be. Hold on. Just a robot age. Born December 9th. Just a robot, December 9th. Sagittarius. Damn it. I don't know. I'm assuming he's around his 30s. Matter of, like, doesn't really matter. This nigga's still grown.
Be real here. He would not feel this way about her if she wasn't a woman. Based on what he just said, he's under the impression that this would be unacceptable for a man.
You better thank your vagina. I gotta stop. I'll stop.
I remember people, like, getting really upset with me when I tried giving, like, Spockter the benefit of the doubt in my video, where I was just like, you know, maybe he just forgot about it, and then people were, like, calling me a dick writer.
Well, you are that. Let's be honest here. I've seen how much you coom.
Rude, but anyway.
Come on. You're a coomer. You're like a super coomer. Like, I've seen.
My fault. That was too loud. It was right next to the mic. I apologize. I know that scared y'all.
I've seen some of the stuff you've drawn.
Don't remind me of what everyone's seen. Fuck.
Oh, dude. This
Jesus
is
Christ.
Next.
I had to change my Spockter thumbnail, like the one where he said, coming up to get a cupcake, because I was like, oh, people might take this the wrong way. And I don't like Spockter, but I don't think he's a groomer or anything like that. So that's why I had to change the thumbnail.
Oh, come on, Jar. That's not why you changed the thumbnail. Why don't you tell the full story? You tweeted the thumbnail. I and several others said it was a terrible idea. You said I was never your friend. And then you went around asking creators behind the scenes for dirt on me. Say it how it is. Or does that not sound as nice as I realized it was bad and I removed it? Does the I here mean literally everybody else but me?
One thing I want you to tell you. It's going to be a hard uphill battle. But you know what? It was the same way for Hopeless Peaches.
And since Hopeless Peach has made it out, I'm gonna help you out. And I'm gonna help you out through this. Okay? But I'm gonna ask you something.
Oh boy.
Okay. Please do not backstab me.
I don't plan on it. I'm
Okay.
not...
I thought he was gonna ask, "Are you a groomer?" Maybe I should continue.
Okay.
An asshole.
Okay, it's just I have to ask that because it happens a lot.
Oh my god, he sounds like he's about to cry. No way, that was his question.
I don't know why this keeps happening. Hey, I'm gonna help you through your drama. Okay. Oh, thank you, Jar. Oh, you're welcome, Peaches. Anyways, I'm gonna go tell a bunch of people your race is behind your back. Oh, this sounds great, Peaches.
I thought he was gonna. This nigga's a full-blown fucking simp.
Oh, hey, Junkie, you wanna... I'm gonna help you out with the Lulu Bell stuff. Oh, thanks, Jar. Anyways, I'm gonna backstab you in the Toby drama and also call you racist. Like, if you do backstab me, please call me sexist. I'm tired of the racist stuff. Like, I want to be sexist now, okay? Call me homophobic. You know what? Like, I could do that too.
Oh my...
Like, here's the thing. I'm way more sexist than I'm racist.
What? You have a... What?
Admitting to it.
What do you know? You're a woman.
What?
Wow. Journalism. And that's the interview. A total waste of time, and most of the 40 minutes felt valueless to me outside of demonstrating how incapable he is of handling a situation of this scope, with childish immaturity that really clashes with the actual tone of the conversation. What came after this video, though, was where the scope of this situation shifted. Chud Logic, another creator covering this situation, made a stream looking over all of the DMs between Just a Robot and SynniBear.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, no.
In these conversations, he can be seen acting in a way described by many as romantically towards her. In these messages, between what we've discussed so far in this video, is a selection of DMs that line up with a lot of what I know about Jar that has not been put on the internet thus far. A prime example of this is his "want to see my cock" message.
You have a girlfriend, yes. Oh. This nigga has a girl. This nigga has a girlfriend. Why are you asking another girl if you want to see your fucking 4-inch cock, bro? What the fuck, dude?
That I can confirm, he's sent to practically every AFAB I know. I'm not kidding. It's really fucking weird. He's sent to practically every AFAB I know. I'm
Where my art, bitch? You promised me. JK on the bitch part. I know, but robots are difficult. Every girl said I'm difficult. And it's a picture of a chicken. Assign female at birth. Okay. That's specific. Maybe I should go 2 inches? I don't know.
not kidding. It's really fucking weird.
Great, now Harley is coming into this. It's going to be a hard, long, uphill fight. I just finished my recording for all the parts I'm going to change about my video on you.
Oh, there I am again! Hi!
Want to see my cock?
In the middle of a conversation and out of nowhere, a comment like this is so out of place.
It just went from, oh, I'm going to make a video and trying to do some things with, like, you know, the editing and stuff to, hey, you want to see my fucking penis real quick? I just cannot imagine the fucking scale of the conversation. Hey, so as soon as I make a video on you, I'm gonna probably like change a few things to I'm gonna like try to change a few things to get my point across or some shit. If that's okay with you. Oh yeah, sure. Oh, by the way, you want to see my penis real quick? Like I could just zip down my pants and, you know, I could just get it into like the...
in the middle of a conversation and
Exactly. Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
out of nowhere, a comment like this is so out of place. But particularly here, it's a concern because the individual he's talking to is facing allegations. This is not immature behavior. It's downright immoral.
Want to VC? I just need a few more things to know from you. Oh, I thought you were going to be... Will I be able to help with that? Let's find out. I just need someone to chat with the... Oh my god, no, it's getting worse. Let's find out.
I just need someone to chat with as I drift off to sleep. You can say no. Sorry, I was playing with my cat. I got her things and she... Oh, okay. I thought she was talking about her private, not the animal cat. I don't know why my mind immediately went to that, knowing the fact that she sent a picture of a butt plug to minors. But anyways, I digress.
I just need someone to chat with as I drift off to sleep. You can say no.
Fucking
okay.
Christ.
He is 100% cooked now. That is, bro. He is
fucking Christ. Facing pedo allegations and shit like that, and this is your start. This is crazy work, man. It's just crazy.
He is 100%. If you doubted it already, I obviously said earlier I thought this guy's compromised like this. This is proof.
It's straight up proof, man. Straight up proof. Fucking Christ.
He's compromised. He has got some sort of weird attraction to this person now, and he wants to talk to them to drift off to sleep.
Oh my god.
I just need someone to chat with as I drift off to sleep. You can just say no.
He has a girlfriend.
I'll just
by
take
the
that
way.
as a no, lol. We weren't going to chat about anything important. I just like talking with anyone as I pass out. Good night. Sorry, I was playing with my cat, lol. I got her a thing and she was messing with it. I can call.
He introduces the idea of having a call with her because he needs to know some more information about her allegations, only to pivot to wanting a call with her because he would like to go to sleep during their conversation. Clearly, his intention here was to bait her into the call under the pretense that there was a serious conversation to be had about the fucking groomer allegations that she's facing, and then when she's in the call, spin it as if he...
Alright, saying I'm gonna leave since I'm tired. I wish you the best of luck reaching your GoFundMe goal and getting out of your phase. I appreciate it.
was just being casual all along. That last message though, I'll take that as a no lol. We weren't gonna chat about anything important. I just like talking with people as I pass out. Good night. 3 minutes after starting the call.
Have a good night, Freedom.
How embarrassing. I don't understand why he would even share these conversations with a creator criticizing him. Does he lack the self-awareness to realize both how bad these look and how embarrassing they are for him?
Can I call?
No.
In a bit I'm closing. I'm going to pass out now. My bad. How much longer? Another call.
And just to clarify, that was not the only sleep call either.
Again, sorry if I overwhelmed you with the topic. I'm a gold medal complainer. It's cool you're going through a lot, and I'd like to know cats.
Okay.
How you do?
it makes a lot of sense how he has not posted a goddamn thing in 4 months. Insane. Insane. He didn't have to read it. Just crazy work, man. Motherfucker say W Riz.
It's just.
You just can't write this shit, man. You cannot write this shit.
This is like. I cannot. It's like my brain cannot process the absurdity of this. It's
real.
too much. It's too absurd. It's like it's not real to me.
It's not just how out of place these responses are within the conversation, but also the fact that she isn't even entertaining them or providing a response. She is clearly not matching his energy. And I feel like that reflects even worse on him. This one-sided interest in the other person couldn't not have had some part in his effort to defend them. This is not how someone talks to a person they are making a video about over such disturbing allegations.
Alright, mamacita. I'll hit you up when I get home.
Oh my fucking god. Oh. Man. Oh god. There's logic and then there's chud logic. Take your pick. For real. Hello, mamacita. What the fuck did I just hear, bro?
Allegations.
Alright, mamacita. I'll hit you up when I get home.
Order up, mamacita. I'll order up until I get home. Like, this is the motherfucker that is making a video talking about a serious thing that SynniBear is going through. Like, you can't write this shit, dude.
That being said, it's only by like 0.8%, so you should be good. By the way, you're going to make a thumbnail for the video. Wanted to ask what you wanted for the thumbnail because I don't have an idea. How about...
How about this with me as Buzz and you as Woody with the Texane exposed video? Exposed videos everywhere. Or maybe something with you about to burn at the stake. Nice pussy.
How about this with me as Buzz and you as Woody, with a text saying,
I'll
exposed video, exposed videos everywhere. Is SynniBear making the thumbnail? Am I understanding this correctly? Or maybe something with you about to burn at the stake. Also, are you sure it's a good idea to have me make the thumbnail? SynniBear is pointing out the problem with this. Also, are you sure it's a good idea to have me make the thumbnail? It might...
Yay, make me sexy. Give this man some fucking water. Because he's clearly thirsty.
Make bad faith actors assume the worst before even watching a video. I feel like my style is pretty recognizable. I will only be one of the 3 thumbnails that I'll use. I'm sure people will think I just took some stuff from your videos and made it. Don't worry, I'm sure people won't notice this very obvious conflict of interest. Don't worry about it. I'm blown away. I'm totally blown away by this, guys.
This is just odd shit, man.
sending his rant soda.
Fucking
He's sending
Christ.
his rant soda, bro. This is unprecedented. This is the first time I've seen something like this.
Fucking
Totally
Christ.
unprecedented scenario. I'm blown away. It'll maybe not if I draw it myself, but if you're sure it'll be fine then okay. It'll be my first time drawing Mr. Robot Man. Yay, make me sexy.
This is not an uncommon thing for him to do when it comes to making a defense for AFAB creators. He did this with Hopeless Peaches too, reaching out to him before he transitioned and asking for him to make a thumbnail on a video about him. While there it was not near as serious a claim and so much less of a problem than here, it is still a trend. With that thumbnail, he had himself and another creator battling over Peaches, with them in the back blushing over his heroic.
This makes this so fucking bad. And this nigga is a Dragon Ball fan. Oh, God, get this nigga away from Dragon Ball. and Peaches just... This nigga is an oddball.
Attempt to save them. Now, to take some accountability here, I have commissioned a creator for a video about them before. I do agree that was a bad call. With a situation this serious, it's not a decision that you should make, let alone do with the intent to disguise it from your audience so that you don't receive backlash for it. I am under the assumption that a large reason for this decision is that he does not have a lot of cash and views his defense of someone like this to mean they owe him, and as such he can get free art for his video out of them. Here with Synni, it makes the explicit request to be drawn sexy for the thumbnail. Maybe a joke, still fucking weird. And in a previous thumbnail with another creator that cut ties with him, they are presented as a mouse with him being a cat. I don't know if
Oh my fucking God.
I'm jumping to conclusions here, but I'm starting to see a pattern in these previous videos, and it becomes hard not to assume malintent when you see these weird thumbnails involving AFAB creators. And while I was looking into this, another friend showed a conversation they had with Jar when they'd first got to know him, where he'd asked them to call, and they said, "I can't right now." And he responded with a message saying, "Hey, I'm going to go jack off to anime now."
This is someone with a girlfriend, by the way. Like, my nigga, just fuck your girl. What are you? Oh my God, dude.
And then, oh wait, it's No Nut November. Between these messages, the other person said, "Have fun and true." The friend zone must be all he's ever known. Alright, we're finally at the point where I can talk about Just a Robot and VidCon. I know at this point that what happened in LA across the past 2 years has been discussed, but there is a lot I haven't had the chance to share amongst what other people have made public. After he and I had our fallout, we were both at VidCon in 2023. Throughout the entire trip, he was sending bizarre DMs towards an art creator, Mally Malware, in which he was jokingly asking for her to come back to his hotel room and really not taking a hint as she made it clear that she was not interested in spending any...
Whoa. Whoa. Yep, both Peaches, Leo, and others who you know then likely don't know. I'll ask them why they gave the go-ahead then. I don't really think talking your videos with them makes sense because it's your video, but maybe they'll have something to say about why they thought it was fine. Well, if you like to talk it in VC with me, then and them, we can. I don't articulate myself well over text. That sounds like a skill issue. I'm still in transit. I'm still in transit ATM. Haven't gotten into the Airbnb yet, but maybe once we're settled. Although I'm not sure there'll be time for VC stuff during VidCon. We can talk in person at VidCon, just me and you over drinks. Maybe you could come to the hotel room with me. Okay. No way, I'm not going to spend VidCon time on that sort of thing. I want to focus my holiday stuff. Do you see the last message? Send it at the same time as my message, but also... still no way. Fuck. Well, I still would like to meet you. Like, this nigga is a fucking oddball. How does this nigga got a girlfriend? Oh my, yo. Like, what? What the fuck is wrong, bro?
Anytime at all with him. One message in particular actually set off alarm bells that read, "Okay, but please know that I won't be like, you were too scared to VC. Now you have nowhere to run and I have a gun."
Okay, Ben, please know I will be like, bitch, were you too scared to come in VC? Now you have nowhere to run and I have a gun. I really wanted to talk for like 15 seconds then fuck off. I mean, you did chat with Harley a little. I hope it wasn't about me. Wow, he just can't keep Harley out of his fucking mind. Living his head rent-free like shit. Okay, that's a bit freaky that you even think that. Didn't cross my mind.
With none of us even understanding why he would ever send something like this. He also said here that he wished he could still hang out with me. How sad. It was around this time that he must have spotted me in the CVS pharmacy. I'm still not over that. Then, during VidCon, somehow, when another of my female friends, Ponder Sprocket, was alone, he came up to her and... well, I'll let her speak for herself.
I don't exactly remember what got us talking, but I was chatting with this older woman who was sitting beside us. We were under this really nice gazebo area down by the food trucks. She mentioned something about her granddaughter really liking stickers, and I was like, oh, I have some stickers, would you like one? After I handed her one of the little triple octopus stickers, she asks, oh, do you have a channel? And I'm like, yeah, it's called Ponder Sprocket. She thanks me, gets up, and wanders off to go meet up with whoever she came to the con with that day. All done, right? Well, unbeknownst to me, there was someone sitting a little farther down on the sofa she'd been seated at, who, I guess, overheard the name Ponder Sprocket. So they stand up, walk over, and... okay, I need to fill you in on where we were sitting. I mentioned that we were in this open gazebo area, right? But right behind us was this big industrial fan blowing bubbles from some soft drink booth or something. I don't know. I only specifically remember that because I've definitely got footage from later on of the bubbles floating around us, but also because sitting right in front of this industrial fan blowing bubbles directly past my head sorta made it difficult to hear people. I was already really struggling to hear all of the conversation with that older woman, and she was sitting directly beside me. So this person comes up to me and says something that I couldn't hear, but then I look up at their lips and I recognize the words being said as Ponder Sprocket. Obviously, the first thing on my mind is, oh, they recognize the name. So the first thing I do is reach into my bag, grab a sticker, and hand it to them. When I did, they, in turn, grabbed my hand, doing a little handshake, and I really struggled to hear what they were saying, but through their lips, it was something like, I've got a channel too. So, taking a shot, hoping I read that right, I asked, oh cool, what's your channel? And they, whoo, like a creeper, clasped their other hand around mine, leaned in, and said, the name of the channel creator I was supposed to be on the lookout for. Another thing that you have to know about me is that I'm not particularly good at hiding how I feel. Like, if I don't like you, you're probably gonna know that I don't like you. I will just sort of blurt things out that are on my mind in the moment. In some instances, that blunt truthfulness is appreciated. In other situations, it does not work out for me. Like the time I told a chronic liar that I didn't believe them. Oh lord, that was an experience. So, just try and guess how someone like that would react to a situation like this. Before I could even properly process what this person had said, my mouth screams out, oh god! I don't know what that said to them in the moment, but after I yelled that, again, like a creeper, they squeezed my hand, smiled, and then walked away. And I'm just sitting there like, what the just happened? Was that real? Did I pass out? Am I hallucinating? Paragon later told me that they were seated in a better position.
Paragon? I'm just joking.
And could actually hear them. According to them, not only could they recognize their voice, apparently this creator was also putting on some phony accent, which just turned into an extra level of this can't have been real. It's too stupid to be real. I'm not usually very good at explaining my emotions. I find that highlighting what my body is physically experiencing in the moment is easier than trying to articulate this nebulous, unmeasurable, unseen feeling. In that regard, I find that comparisons work out pretty well, and after thinking about it for a while, I think an event from later on in the trip helps to adequately explain what this experience elicited emotionally. It was like a cockroach. crawling across your hand, taking you by surprise with a disgusting, probably disease-ridden creepy crawly that I'm specifically adverse to because I'm allergic to them. At least that's the best comparison that I could come up with. And some of you might be thinking, oh, that's the funny part. The funny part was the experience. No, the funny part is the context around it. See, 5 minutes, maybe not even that, after this person walked away from us, the other people that we were hanging out with at VidCon came to meet up with us in that exact spot, including the people this creator was looking for. The funny thing is that if they hadn't introduced themselves to me, showing a person who otherwise wouldn't have been able to pick them out of a crowd exactly what they looked like, and they just sat there for a couple extra minutes, they would have had the exact people who were trying to avoid them walk right up to them, none the wiser. I guess doing whatever purpose that served was more important, which is so funny that it ended up being the greatest part of the whole trip. Finding out about the accent later on makes me think that this was supposed to be some means of turning me into the butt of a joke, but I will absolutely take that if it means this idiot missed out on cornering the people who were trying to avoid them. If I can't protect my friends with my physicality, I'll protect them by being a dork. It all works out in the end.
I think the context in mind that I and multiple people in this group made it clear that we did not want to be around him. For him to come up to a member of our group when they happen to be alone and then use a fake accent and avoid mentioning his name until he literally has their hand gripped is more than a f***ing problem. Fast forward, 2024, VidCon again. I crossed with him in the convention hall and I had the instant realization of, oh sh**, he's here. As I recognized him from a photo I'd been sent just a few minutes prior by another creator who let me know that he was at VidCon. I don't think he spotted me here, but an hour or so later I was walking the downstairs hall and it was there that I scoured the area, met eyes with him, and then my fight or flight went crazy. He was speed walking towards me in the group. You can actually see this in some of the footage that Ponder captured of us. The fear on display here is so visible. I didn't even know this reaction was filmed until literally today as I am recording this video, but I'm so glad that it was.
Oh, really?
Everybody else speaks. It's what it was.
What the fuck?
Hide your face. Avoid it. Are you protecting me?
Yeah. Enjoy that. That is probably the most open I will ever be online.
Fucking Christ.
I literally hid behind Ty, Oranges, because his face wasn't public at this point, and then the only other person whose face was public was hidden by another person too. I am not kidding when I say this. I, alongside the rest of the group, literally turned around and ran up the escalator in an attempt to get away from him.
Update, we are still avoiding that creator.
Just made eye contact with him. We're not succeeding.
Oh no, Just a Robot is a fucking creep. Oh my god. Hell nah, bro. This evisceration video is gonna be fucking something, I am telling you, bro. This evisceration video is gonna be fucking something. Holy shit, bro.
This is why you run. This is why you run away.
We walked right past him.
Is he like the guy with like
the Captain America shirt?
Oh, that's what he's wearing? Okay.
This is him.
Yeah, I saw the picture and immediately forgot what he looked like.
Oh my god.
See, I did allude to what if the creeper was...
It's a little bit sporadic.
Oh no, I summoned them.
You manifested.
I'm so sorry. What have I done?
Not a fun experience. In making an effort to talk to me after I made it so clear that I did not want to is a total violation of my boundaries. Moving on. After the Chud Logic streams, an allegation was made public that Jar had made the request for a minor to draw NSFW of Jaden Animations. I know his-
Whoa.
That Jar had made the request for a minor to draw NSFW of Jaden Animations.
No, this nigga's an oddball, bro. This nigga's an oddball. It all comes together now. It all comes together why he defended SynniBear. It literally all comes together now. Oh, man.
I know his defense of this was that he did not know the person's age, but I feel as a grown man, you should know better than to ask a person to draw NSFW for you before checking their age. Negligence like this is totally unacceptable. Not to mention the concern over him doing this about Jaden. He has a weird obsession with her that even made it into his defense of SynniBear, in which you can see in the background gameplay footage he creates himself in game and also Jaden. I would give credence to the potential that his editor was the one that recorded this gameplay footage and they were really fucking terminally online, if Jar had not told Synni in his leaked DMs with her that he was the one recording the gameplay. Another concern I have here is that this clearly does not align with the values he laid out in his video. Should we draw porn of someone's characters if they don't want us to? Which features Jaden animations in the thumbnail.
Both Wolfie and Jaden don't like being drawn of their characters. Now I will say that, embarrassingly, Jaden Animations is kind of my YouTube crush.
Of course she is. Of course she is. Of course she is. Nigga, YouTube crush? Really? That's a thing? I thought, you know, when motherfuckers were like, you know, like teenagers, kids and all this shit, they were crushing over like Disney actors and shit like that. You know, Justin Bieber, I mean, he's a singer, so, you know, that doesn't really count. Now it just comes to a YouTube crush territory. Oh my god. Yeah, this is a true definition of terminally online right here. This is a true definition of terminally online. We have reached into this. I just don't get it, man. Cartoon crushes, that one.
Of course she's way out of my league, and I'm not talking about the real her, I'm talking about her cartoon character. I don't even...
Yeah, no, of course. The fictional character, not the real person. Terminally online, by the way. How does he got a girlfriend? How does this nigga got a girlfriend, by the way? That's my real question. Is their girlfriend the cartoon one?
My league, and I'm not talking about the real her.
Oh, you're not gonna talk about the real. She looks like Mariah. She looks exactly like a Disney actor or a Nickelodeon actor. One of those like iCarly's. You know, could be. What's her face from iCarly? Is it Carly, right? Carly, right? Like, Miranda Cosgrove. They could legit be sisters. They look exactly like siblings. She looks kind of nice. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm talking about.
And of course, you know, he's not gonna go for that because, you know, obviously somebody that looks like.
Crush. Of course, she's way out of my league, and I'm not talking about the real.
Of course, you know, this nice looking person ain't going with this motherfucker who was obviously simping for the cartoon version of her, not the real life, because he's just odd like that, you know.
Real her, I'm talking about her cartoon character. I don't even think there's a more pure person on YouTube. Like, what controversies has Jaden even been in? Hell, James has been in more controversies than her. Obviously, I'm not the only one who has a crush on Jaden Animations. And a lot of people, and I mean a lot of people, have drawn of her. Now, to be...
Why are you making this video? Why are you making this video?
Fair, her avatar
Why
is
was
quite
this video
attractive.
made?
And so is Wolfie Chews.
Oh,
but should we really be
my
drawing
God.
of people if they don't want us to draw of them? Well, I guess not. I mean, we already have enough as there is, and I myself don't draw, so it's not gonna hurt my business in any way. Also, just a side note, if anyone wants to draw porn of my character, go right ahead.
Nah, this nigga's an oddball, bro. This nigga's an oddball. Yeah, no, this video is gonna be hectic. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But at the same time, I kind of cringe when I see these people being way too grandstandy, making their videos saying things like, if you draw of people they don't want you to, that's completely unacceptable. Or people saying this or that person don't want drawn of their character, even though all they said was, if you draw porn of me, don't tag me in it. There's a reason why Rule 34 exists. Rule 34, along with a whole bunch of other rules, was originally posted on 4chan. Most famous of these would be Rule 34, if it exists, there's porn of it. Rule 63, if it exists, there's a gender bent of it. And I forgot the exact number, but there's one rule that says if it exists, there's a pony-OC of it. These rules are not made for people to follow them. It's nothing that the internet is going to live or die by. These rules are more like, you know, the rule of gravity. It's just something that exists, and it doesn't matter what your political opinion is on gravity, because, well, gravity is always going to exist. I have actually met people who think that Rule 34 is a law on the internet that people have to follow. Now, I could say over and over, don't drop of Jaden, or Woofichu, or anyone who doesn't want—
Why is this video made? Like, not, like, this just... Why was this video made? Like, I'm genuinely asking this fucking question. Who asked for this shit? Well, I mean, he can just make videos all he wants, you know, obviously. But it's like, why make this type of video? It's like, oh, I mean, I have a crush on this YouTuber, you know what I'm saying? You know, she's pure, she's nice, she's cute, all this other stuff. But, you know, there's people drawing porn of her, so it's just... Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a thing called Rule 34 where, you know, it doesn't really matter if you consent to the stuff that's being drawn over here or not. You're popular enough to have it drawn and animated of you fucking sucking dick or having a humongous penis or whatever the fuck. Why was this video made? Like, it clearly shows that somebody, like, it literally just clearly shows that you're just not trustworthy into talking about serious conversation like this when you make videos like this, man. Like, you're exactly like perfection when it comes to like fucking making videos about shit like that, because this nigga Perfection literally reviewed a hentai. This nigga talking about reviewing hentais and shit like that. The same nigga that made video defending Vic Mignogna getting fired by Funimation over some stupid ass shit Monica Real did. Like, that type of serious topic. And then the same motherfucker reviewing hentai. Like, you just can't write this shit, even if you can. You can't literally write this type of shit. Like, when someone made something about something gross or sexual, and then just turn around and make it about something serious, it's just not a good fucking look. It's not a good fucking look. So like I said, bro, like, when it comes to Just a Robot, like, I already kind of knew that his talking point wasn't really all that. That's why I didn't really like tune into his content, because, like, yeah, his talking point, aside from how he talks, his talking point just doesn't really click with me, so that I could just subscribe to, like, I could just subscribe to his channel and just, you know, read about his whole fucking thing. Just read about the topics that he's talking about. So I just didn't really locked in and just, you know, stop watching his videos altogether. And now I'm glad I stopped watching his shit, because this nigga's a creepazoid. This nigga is a genuine creepazoid. It's crazy as fuck, man. It's literally crazy as fuck. That's why I tapped into commentary channels like Grade A Under A, Memulus, Kavos, Jamari. Like, all those motherfuckers made great points and made funny ass witty comments on topics that they're talking about. And even, yeah, they're funny as fuck, and they speak some facts, and they don't give a fuck. Like, they're gonna make their opinions fly out. That's why I fuck with Carvos, because he doesn't say like any like outlandish words, like, you know, R word or some shit like that. Oh, and also Woody Mac show. He doesn't say like outlandish shit like, you know, all those other commentary channels do. But, you know, when it comes to that, he just has, you know, really good opinions on stuff that he's talking about. He makes really good points, and he also makes some funny ass stuff, you know, all things considered. And he makes them short and sweet too, like great pacing and everything. But when it comes to someone like Just a Robot, I just can't stand the way that he talks. So that it just clicks away the type of topic that he talks about. So I just, you know, stop fucking with his channel altogether. That's what makes a great commentary channel. That's what makes a great commentary, like, content. Great commentary videos altogether. So glad I wasn't tapped in, because now this nigga is being exposed as being a creepazoid and someone who should not be trusted in these type of topics.
Of their character drawn. If you do that, you're just a sick f***. While saying that might make me look like a good and moral person, it doesn't really fix anything. Let's say 100 people draw of J animations. You can cancel one of them, 2 of them, hell, even a dozen of them, but eventually a bunch of anonymous trolls are just going to start spamming. Why would they do that? It's because they now know that this is something that would piss a lot of people off. It's something on the internet that we just can't change. If we want to change it, well, we would have to become like China and just illegalize. I guess we could ask people for permission to draw, but I'm not going to go up to the 13-year-old who made Sky and say, "Yo, 13-year-old, what up? Mind if I draw of your character? I mean, after all, she's of age." There's also a lot of controversies that have to do with people shipping YouTubers with other YouTubers, like how many people are shipping James and Jaden together. And I can understand how James feels. I mean, after all, now he has a girlfriend, so it must be really awkward for him. So there's only one thing to do. Stop shipping James with Jaden and ship me with her instead.
He has a girlfriend, by the way. I don't know if this was before or after he got a girlfriend, but, you know, the point still stands. This nigga has a girlfriend, by the way.
Okay. Getting rid of is kind of like getting rid of hate comments. I mean, you can try, but your efforts might not only be in vain, your efforts actually might make the situation even worse. Well, I certainly don't think it's a good thing to draw of someone or their character if you don't want them to. It's kind of something that we're just going to have to deal with, and let's be honest here, it's a complete first world problem. I know for a fact that if I got bigger on YouTube, I'm gonna start getting shipped with a lot of different people.
Oh my god, bro, the ego in this motherfucker is killing me. The ego in this motherfucker is killing me, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, it doesn't look like you're ever getting big off YouTube. I mean, $100,000. I mean, that's cool numbers, but that's just not big numbers, you know. That's not just big numbers. This guy here.
And if I have a girlfriend around that time.
Oh, so he doesn't have a girlfriend around this fucking video. Oh, well, my point still fucking stands. This nigga has a girlfriend.
One can only hope, right? It's definitely gonna make her feel uncomfortable.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Remember the last time I heard from Anita Sarkeesian? That's a throwback, right? Ninja said he couldn't stream with any more females because it was making his girlfriend uncomfortable when people shipped him with them. And then Anita, of course, called him sexist for it. Should we draw of a character who is of age if a 13-year-old made them? I guess not. But once the ball gets rolling, it's near impossible to stop it. If someone can find a way to stop certain types of from being made, good on you, I guess. I just don't see how it's possible in any sort of way. I guess if you really don't want drawn of your original character, make them less attractive. Will that stop people from making of them? Obviously not. You degenerates will f*** anything. But it certainly will slow.
Who would know? Just a robot, I think you would know. I most likely you would know. You would know, right? You would know. You would know, just a robot. You would know. You would absolutely fucking know, you know.
Slow it down. Of course, maybe a few people might argue that what I just said is victim blaming. But it's the only solution I can really think of. I mean, if my avatar had massive tits in an hourglass shape, there would be my avatar for days! In fact, now that I think about it, I might go to the shop and get a few, upgrades for my body.
I know the hypocrisy of this is a footnote on a bigger issue, but this level of obsession cannot be normal. Well, that bridge is burned. Thank you for watching. I made a blue sky because Twitter is a waste of time now. Check me out over there and subscribe to the channel for more content in the future. It does suck making videos about people I've worked with in the past, or in the case of the robot, someone that I actually knew rather well. Within my private server, I made separate roles to remove him from channels because he made me and other people uncomfortable, and I thought he was a weirdo. But I feel that due to my proximity to him, it was hard to see where the line was on going from a weirdo to just straight up committing immoral acts. And in hindsight, I wish I never got the chance to know him. I like to see the best in people, but he's definitely had one too many chances for me to change. Drop the behind-the-scenes racist rhetoric and stop the inappropriate comments to AFABs in my friend group. I can only forgive so much before I feel like an idiot for even trying in the first place. And here, the joke is most definitely on me. I knew him since I was so young, and his pattern of behavior was so frequent that I was almost desensitized to it. And now I'm left trying to make sense of how much I missed of it now, after he's turned into a anti-woke Disney tuber at 30, desperate for some traction on his dying channel.
30. So he was the... Yeah, Freedom needs to hear that part, but he's already sleeping, so...
Or somehow he still does not write a script for any of those videos that found a way to put me to sleep quicker than a 24/7 rain sound stream. I don't see a reason to pretend he isn't the clown that he 100% is anymore, or to use softened language to call him out for being the person that he is. I could go on, but I'm sure that whatever I could say has been said on another channel at this point. Much love as usual, especially to all my American friends and viewers with the recent news. It might not seem like it right now, but it will get better. Peace.
There is a lot to unpack here. There is a lot to unpack here. I'm not gonna hold you. There is a lot to unpack here. But as you know, things stands. Yeah. Just a robot is a creepazoid. That's just how it is. I would watch this video, but it's already getting too late, so I'll watch it tomorrow. But yeah, no, just a robot is just an oddball. That nigga is a straight up oddball, and I can't wait to make my video on him. I can't wait to make my video on him. I'm not even gonna lie. Alongside SynniBear and Birdie.